Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. We'll do gold. What else do we do here? Maybe some oil? I don't know. Gold, Dixie. I guess we'll look at Dixie because it's war. And GLD. Live stream. Let's get right into it. Like, seriously, we gotta go. Check 1 2. Save. No. Okay, that looks right. Let's go right into it. Didn't even get a chance to do the opening song this morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. Kind of a holiday for the U.S. stock market. We've got Indigenous People Day and Columbus Day, depending upon your views on that. We also had a surprising weekend here. Got a couple things I got to do here. Hang tight. We had
European benchmark gas futures rising as much as 16%.
Turn that down a little bit there. I'm not sure, but I'm wondering, were all of you glued to your internet this weekend, or did you get to go outside and out and about?
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
Oh, that's so loud.
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels.
Their volume is out of control. I'm going to share that really quick. Close that out. So I'll get back to it really quick. Good morning. How's everybody doing out there? Hope you all had a great weekend. I was supposed to do a show on Saturday morning and could not do that show. We'll talk about that at some point. We're going to probably do that show today. So let's bring this over so you can see it. Bring that there for you. That's a 1-minute chart. And then we'll take a look at what's going on here. We've got price trying to break above the weekly trigger and trade the daily trigger. I'm sure some of you thought we'd wake up this morning with a stock market crash. We'll get into that this morning as well. We got a lot to go over, I guess, right? That would be my, are we buying calls? You should have bought calls in the open, I can tell you that. You should have bought calls in the open. Let's start at the top, though. It's important to see where we are in the marketplace. So, number one, okay. Last week, we were in oversold conditions coming into last week. We had a liquidation event in the marketplace last week. We looked at the oversold conditions on the market breadth, right? And regardless of your views on where the market goes, whether we're going up or down.
10-year bond yield extends its fall at last down 10 spots, 6 basis points at around 2 spots, 7.85%.
I already turned this down already. I got to turn it down some more. So regardless of the overall trend of the markets, okay, we become oversold. Whether we're going up, going down. Right now, the trend is up still. Technically, it's still up. But it doesn't matter if we were technically still up or technically on our way down. Whenever we're in oversold conditions, we do get a bounce. We get that bounce even in the crash in 2020. It doesn't matter. It'd be like a bloodbath. Maybe 87 would be the last time that we did not have something like that happen. And there was no market to be made. They had to actually make a market. So, but generally speaking, unless you have some kind of a technical reason for the market not to bounce, it will bounce. We have too many examples of that happening historically. So coming into last week, you saw that technical bounce, right? And we're in oversold conditions. We had a liquidation moment in the indexes. And so there should be some base idea or expectation that the market should bounce. Simple way to even look at that or to express that would be here is, if you look at the chart down below here, so we can put this on a 15-minute maybe basis. You can see that playing out right now, right? This is some bottoming action down here. And you're watching, this market being bought, right? The expectation is that we're going higher. None of this should end as a base case, okay? This was leading into last week. Now, even if you think we reverse the downside or whatever, there is a technical bounce taking place. Now, I do find what happened this weekend fascinating, because if we were topping, if we were in overbought conditions, you'd probably see the market, a good time to exit the market, right? Got a risky event out there, and you take your money off the table. You enjoy your profits, you walk away, and you wait for the volatility to subside, right? It's kind of like matches up nicely. Now, we weren't overbought when this happened this weekend, were we? This is a good point here for you to think about. So the market was not overbought. And I'm going to go with I'm going to put a thesis out there that the banks love to know what's going on before anyone else. And when the banks don't know what's going on before everyone else, or we're not overbought, our market, our stock market, will not follow whatever that initial reaction is. Where it should go, right? It should sell off, right? So our banks are not going to bankrupt themselves because of what happened this weekend. I know that some of you have that death wish for the market, but that's not what's going to happen. So usually when there's unknown news to the market that can move markets, especially if they're not positioned for that move, the banks specifically, that move will be erased. That initial move, that initial market reaction will be erased. And then the banks will position themselves how they feel as though the impacts of those news events will happen. So you see this play out oftentimes in the market. Now, if the banks are positioned for it, they're fine. But if it's truly unknown to them, whatever initial market reaction you see, this can be on individual tickers as well, it normally comes back. The second thing you should be aware of is that Sunday's pullback into Monday today is not unexpected. You're not going up near 100 points on Friday. Coming back on Monday, seeing a pullback would not be out of the realm of possibility, right? And that's what we got today was a pullback. We did not get a bloodbath. We did not get a crash or any of that kind of stuff. And as a matter of fact, we've taken all that back again, right back where we were, basically right back where we were. Hold on here. To Friday's price, right? Back up here again. And the market can decide where it wants to go from here. So if you want an exit, an orderly exit, you're being given that opportunity today. They weren't already going to sell this market, or it would have happened into today. Another thing about today is, or we'll get into the Israeli Hamas thing at some point this morning and its impact on markets. But let's look at just that stuff there. Market was bottoming. We were oversold. We got a technical bounce, and we did not sell off over the weekend. And that's more than likely due to the fact that banks didn't see this coming, and with their pants down around their legs, they're not going to crash this market and get caught the wrong way. Counter to your probably your own beliefs, thinking that that's going to happen to them. It might happen someday, but it's going to be a rare occurrence for that to happen. Now, saying that, they've been given, if you're a market participant, you're a large market participant, you've been given an opportunity today to find out how you want to be positioned, right? Whether that's up or down, or whether there is volatility that could come into the picture, an expansion of war, that kind of stuff. Banks are being given an opportunity, whether you like that or not. That's what's happening today, this morning, right now, right? There was no crash over the weekend, and they weren't prepared for a crash. If they were prepared to sell the market, we would have dumped. If they were already exiting the market, we would have dumped. But they weren't. So you're not going to see that. You're not. It's just not going to happen. I'm sure some of you were going down that rabbit hole over the weekend thinking, doom and gloom for Monday morning. And you're just not going to see it unless they're positioned that way. If they're positioned to start selling, like an overbought bounce or something like that, we'd be waking up this morning with a bloodbath, and you'd be saying, oh, look, the market's crashing because of what's happening in Gaza and Israel. So it's always fascinating when you see stuff like this. You can tell that the markets were caught off guard by what took place this weekend. Had they been positioned for it, we would have been down. And so now they're being given the position to reposition for that. So from that basis, can we get volatility from the events in Israel and Gaza? Yes. Should you be positioned for it? Yes. I am positioned for this, if you want to know. I have Wednesday crash puts on that cost me nothing. Cost me, I think, 3 cents or something, 4 cents. And so I've got a hedge on the market right now. If you don't have a hedge on the market, you should have one, because you don't know what's going to happen. And this is where we're going to get into the mechanics of all this. So today is Monday, right? The stock market is really closed today, whether you believe that or not. Stock market's open, but most of our financial institutions are not open today. Banks are closed. A lot of government offices are closed. Bond market's closed. So can we make big moves today due to that? Sure. But in all reality, this would be what I would consider a positioning day. So you've been given a reprieve as a participant in the U.S. stock market to at least hedge yourself. You're lucky. The banks weren't hedged for that move, and you can see that we didn't move down due to that. So that's my view, at least. Like, I've got this old man view that a lot of our market is fake as fuck. So I know that a lot of you don't believe that, but I believe that. I don't think that if I own this market, if I was the guy that owned this market, or 4 of my friends or 5 of my friends, I'm not gonna go bankrupt because some guy on FinTwit thinks we should, because of war in Israel or anywhere else for that matter. So it can happen, but most of the time we're due for it. Even COVID, we were kind of due for a crash, right? We're leading up to that moment, if any of you remember that. So was it surprising? No. Were we way overbought? Fuck yeah, we were. So right where we are right now at this moment, seems like people are being given an opportunity to hedge to the downside. If you own this market, I'll say this to you: you've got real volatility that's possible here in the market. I have to warn you of that. We'll get into Israel and Gaza at some point, and Hamas and Iran and all this other shit and whatever you guys want to get into. We can discuss it as long as we're not trashing anybody or disparaging. We're not going to disparage anybody in this. We're going to deal with the impacts on the stock market. So we're going to clarify that too. So you'll be given an opportunity, is my point, okay, to hedge today on Monday. The market is going to be slow today. I wouldn't expect a ton of big moves today. Maybe some squeezing, maybe some hedging effects in the market. But everybody will be back tomorrow for the first day, or for the real first day of the market is tomorrow, in my viewpoint. Now, you can hedge appropriately. You should, if you own this market. If you're like me, you own the market, you own parts of this market. You should hedge against volatility because you don't know what's going to happen. And I'll tell you what, when it comes to religion, this is true. Okay, when it comes to religion, you cannot trust people that are religious fanatics. I guess you could say that. Well, now it's larger than that, but just be aware that you cannot. You saw 2 Israelis get shot in Egypt over the weekend. I was in the military for 12 years. I was in U.S. Army Command for a period of that, and I can assure you that the 100% that the United States is on a high level of readiness or ramping to that. I would assume that any kind of United States infrastructure that is at risk. There's potential there. So, like, if you're traveling as a United States citizen, if you're going to any high visible, like soft targets, I wouldn't be there personally, because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if there's going to be a terrorist attack. You don't know if someone will do something that they shouldn't do. A one-off event from a small group or one person, something like that. So I'm going to warn you that there is actual risk from what's going on right now in the Middle East. That could come out of left field. Things that you don't expect to happen. Things that you say, "Oh, we're safe here." You're not. You really aren't. So there's risk and there's volatility that'll be associated with that if anything does happen. And there's likely a hair trigger being placed on our markets right now today for that kind of an event to happen. So you've been given warning. You were given warning over the weekend. Today's Monday. The market did not crash today. You're given warning to protect yourself against any possibility of anything really, really nasty happening or escalation happening out there. And that stuff does happen. I want you to know that when I was in the Army, the people say like paper tiger, all this other stuff, or we're this or we're that. I assure you, once that stuff is on the table publicly for you and I to consume, we stop fucking around. Like our military stops fucking around, other military stop fucking around, and people and dude, like, it's hard to say that stuff. Do not at any point ever discount the will of Israel or the United States in these type of situations. I'll leave it there. So whether that's good or bad or whatever it is, you as a market participant need to know that the things that you need to know is that you should be hedged or wary or aware that things can go sideways, down the wrong way. I don't know what to say, what not to say on this stuff, but be aware of it and its impacts that it can have on our stock market. Don't be like, yeah, I didn't see that coming, right? If something bad was to happen. Yeah, they're pretty much, so when I was in the Army, right, we had an acronym. It was called OIL, and the O stood for, I don't know what I should be saying. Like the O stood for oil and OPEC, and then the I stood for Israel, and L stood for logistics. You've got a complete change in U.S. military posturing. We're moving away from coin. We're going to divisional structure in our military. This is like a thing from like World War II and shit, where you're fighting large scale Cold War stuff, like large scale war, ground wars. We're positioning for that to confront China. Whether you know that or not, I don't know. I can assure you that's happening right now. There's a paradigm shift in the U.S. military to confront China. Whether you want to hear that, like that, dislike that, you're anti-war, doesn't really matter. It's what the reality is versus what we hope or wish things would be is completely different. And when we switch to that, when our military switches to that posturing, this is a great open door for us. It's not something you want to hear, but it is. It's a great open door for that transition, for more boots in the ground in the Middle East. And that is in line with confronting China, believe it or not. So, and we got to talk about a bunch of stuff. Like if we're going to head back towards that whole conversation with China too, then there's an argument to be made that World War III has already begun. That it began. If you look past World War II and the Korean War, Vietnam War, and every war since then, if you talk to futurists and people that discuss the future of the United States, hegemony, and all that kind of stuff, you know that, or at least in my belief, this goes back to economists, scientists, social scientists, government scientists. They know even in capitalistic debt cycles, even non-capitalistic debt cycles, that war plays a part in those debt cycles. Civil unrest plays a war in those debt cycles. And if you can minimize them through proxy war, if you can minimize the impact to your people through proxy war, if you can minimize the impact of a civil war through social unrest, instead of having civil war, you have social unrest, right? Instead of having a world war, you have a proxy war. So we try to manage those conflicts in today's day and age. I don't know that they'll be successful at that, but they have tried that since World War II. And we've become smarter. So it's not surprising to see this weekend, is my point. It's not surprising to see the Arab League wanting an audience with Russia. It's not surprising to see notions of Iran being involved, Hezbollah being tried to be dragged into this confrontation, and an escalation around the world, or even just proxy wars around the world to try to stem the impact of COVID money that floated around the world. Everybody was giving money out during COVID. The whole world was. There was a pause in the world for COVID, and there's money sloshing around. This wasn't given to you and me. This was given to corporations, rich people, all that kind of stuff. And when we're in this weird part of this cycle, it's not surprising. None of you out there should be surprised by this to some extent. And China, Russia, United States, what do they really need to do? They need to avoid a World War III. But outside of that, if you can create proxy wars around the world, it benefits the end of a debt cycle. It benefits all that COVID money. That's terrible to say all that. I don't want to say it, and I don't want to believe it. My Main Street hat doesn't believe that. But my trader hat, my stock market hat, my greed hat, all those hats, power hat, like all the hats that all the powerful, greedy people, smart people in the world kind of know that this is hand in hand with where we are in our debt cycle. Hey, Dylan, thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Let me see what you guys are saying real quick. I'm missing some of the. Oh no, I'm getting some of the chat right now. So, a hedge is the way to go. Someone asked, what kind of a hedge? Fucking putback spread, hands down. We should go up here. The thesis for you, I want you to know, if you're out there and you're watching this show right now, the thesis should be that we're going up. But with that thesis, you have a fly in the ointment, don't you? You've got what took place. This past weekend, and you've got the daily trigger coming down on top of the weekly trigger, and that doesn't spell positivity, right? We haven't threaded the needle yet to the upside. Putback hedge, like putback spreads, ratio spread, and if the market goes up, you're going to be fine. You're going to be flat. I wouldn't do it with all your money either, and this is not financial advice, but if you structure it right, if you watch videos and read books, and if you don't understand what I'm talking about, get on YouTube, go to the Options Industry Council. It's a free video series you can find from the Options Industry Council on YouTube. They have a web page as well. They're a nonprofit, and they discuss quite clearly how to structure ratio spreads, negative ratio spreads. If the market goes up, you'll be flat or make a little bit of money. If the market blasts to the downside, you're going to make bank. But you're given an opportunity today. It's Monday. You're given a chance. Market came back, went up. You're being given a chance to hedge yourself against any potential volatility that'll arise in the coming days or weeks. And it's going to, or you're going to see. Israel's been given a little bit of carte blanche here, but with that carte blanche usually will come events that are going to be, they're not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. I would not expect pretty out of what happened this weekend in any way, shape, or form. So expect the markets to be pushed around today, specifically because there aren't a lot of players in the market. Expect hedging flows to come into the market due to this event. It would behoove you to put those hedging flows on. You can see a roll coming in right now. A little bit of liquidity to the upside from the weekly trigger up here, coming back down into this hourly once more. And, you got your chance. You really do. You got your chance. GDAD Gold, change your trading view, please, to extended hours trading. I think we said that on the show, so please attempt to do that. You got it. Thanks, Jill. I appreciate that. So a big thing for you this morning. See, I'm having some streaming issues today. I had streaming issues this weekend too. I'm having streaming issues this morning too. I've had some internet issues over the weekend. I'm still having them right now. So just be aware. Just be aware that you're going to see hedging. You're going to see like Bob on Main Street that owns, a 401k and he's going to be calling his
cities more.
His financial advisor and saying, "Are you hedged for this?"
Not working.
It's that simple. You probably got phones ringing across the United States, making sure that people are hedged. You're going to see those hedging flows impact our market. Not necessarily send it to the depths of hell, but the hedge will go on today. So be aware of that there will be a hedge in the market today.
Sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures.
Let's check this. Let's go to this 1 minute trigger here.
Trial at tickstrike.com.
And let's look at coming in to test the hourly trigger right now. We went up and looked for some liquidity up at the weekly trigger. We're heading back down to the hourly trigger right now. My personal belief is that we're going to bounce around in here, but even if we don't, if we start to roll this market lower, we'll know. If you're trading if you're trading a crash of some kind or something like that, hold on here. You are looking for a bounce here and a rejection to get underneath. Something like that you'll be looking for. Not to get caught inside of the finger trap. We know where that is, right? It's right here and right here. This is a zone of consolidation or distribution. You want to pick up the downside trade again once you break below the hourly trigger, but don't get caught in here. If this reverses back to the upside, we start squeezing up, you're going to be in some pain, right? This is not the zone for you to fuck around in here. So not the place. We'll keep this open right here. We'll see if the sellers get that rejection trade to the downside. And we'll talk a little bit about,
So,
you guys want me to talk about
China's President Xi
any of the, or if you want my take on what's going on in the Middle East, I'm not going to give a lot of take on it or my own opinions. I'm going to make sure this broadcast stays focused on its impact, what's going on in the Middle East, what its impact is on the U.S. stock market, the dollar, gold, oil, all that kind of stuff. I don't have much of a take on it. It's very muddy. You know, it's one of those things where you don't want to step. It's like a shit pile that you don't want to step into, unless you're like forced into it. And so I'm gonna refrain from that in this broadcast. Hold on here. Do I use non-adjusted div splits, charts? The only time I really care about that stuff is when it comes to Greeks. It can fuck with the Greeks, but other than that, if I'm calculating Greeks, I'll try to incorporate XDiv, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, as it pertains to the market, I'm more than happy to talk about my opinions. As far as Palestinians, Jewish people, Arabs, Muslims, that kind of stuff, I'm not going to comment on that stuff. I have friends that are Muslim, Arabic friends. I've got Jewish friends. So I don't want to get involved in that. And it's a losing conversation, I think. I think you just lose those conversations. But how it impacts our market is volatility. It impacts our market for unknowns. And what can happen that does impact our market. So that unknown aspect I'm willing to discuss. But the loss of life, the things that you see, you know, you can't explain most of it, or I can't at least, and I can't come from that perspective other than being an American that was there as a soldier. You probably don't want my opinions on that stuff. Yeah, it's a no-win discussion. It's not one that you're going to win. I'm not going to win it. You guys aren't going to win. I'm going to piss people off. Doesn't matter what I say. I could say it doesn't matter what I fucking say. You're going to piss a third of everybody off, right? Like, you're going to piss off people. So what do you do? What do you say? What do you do? Yeah, that's one of the biggest things here is, does it drag the U.S. in? That's going to be a big part of this. Does the U.S. get dragged in to this war? That's going to be a major aspect to this. Of course, you're going to see military stocks probably do well. You're going to see oil do well. You'll see the dollar could go down, believe it or not. And then oil go up, gold go up, that kind of stuff. Yeah, do I think oil can go up? Not yet. There's some ports outside of Israel and Gaza that are some concern. If there's an expansion of war that involves Iran, you're going to see oil go to the moon. There's one major port right now that's blocked off or blockaded. And you always see outsized moves. Initially, you'll see outsized moves on gas and oil are famous for lagging or for outsized moves for something that hasn't really happened yet. So you shouldn't see a 4% increase at the gas pump because of one port being down. But that is how it happens. You always see outsized moves, and you don't see those moves retract for a period of time. So whatever outsized move that you see usually doesn't come back immediately. It takes time for those outsized moves to pull back. So I would expect increased pressure on oil and gas prices and anticipation of an expansion of war. This morning, Israel called up, I believe, 300,000 reservists. I could be wrong on that, or 300,000 IRR soldiers of some kind of fashion. When you see call-ups like that, I want you, especially for Israel, I want you to know that that is usually is not for the expectation of a de-escalation of action. When you do a full call-up like that, you're going to war. You set the wheels in motion, and some bad shit's about to come. Whether that, you've got a deal going through between Saudi Arabia and Israel, and there's a lot of talk out there that Israel intelligence was let down, that biggest failure in Israeli intelligence ever. There's some aspect to this where seeing a bounce right now. There's some aspect to this where God, I don't want to say this stuff. Some of the stuff some aspect to this where when I was so you have LPs and OPs and how they set up the defense, or how not I shouldn't say defenses. They had fencing and stuff along Gaza. And rather than build like North Korea and South Korea, I don't know if you've been, I've been there too. So North Korea, South Korea, if you've never been there, it's a real border. They have destroyed they've destroyed all the foliage. It's so built up, it's insane. There's tunnels everywhere.
But risks are high and downwards.
There's troops that sit on that border all day long, 24 hours a day, in quad 50 caliber machine guns and Patriot missile batteries, and it's like they're at war. I don't know if you've ever been there, but it's like that. The Berlin Wall was very similar to some extent. That's not the case in Gaza. You had you got fencing with barbed wire and shit, and then what they did was they have roads that funnel people moving back and forth in and out of Gaza, right? These roads have operating posts on them. They might have a platoon or two manned with a platoon or two of soldiers. They cycle in and out of being ready, right? And you've got checkpoints. What does that probably have? A squad or two, and they rotate out maybe 3 squads from some kind of a hobbit base in the background somewhere, right? So it's not that hard to have an incursion like they did. It's not that hard to send waves of people and overwhelm forces like that. Those operating posts, those checkpoints are kind of set up for, if that happens, that you can then call in reinforcements and stem those incursions, right? So you leave. Let's say you leave. I don't know how to explain this. Let's say you leave a 1,000-man garrison, right? And you set up operating posts, checkpoints along major routes, listening posts in the hills or in the woods or wherever it is, the desert, doesn't matter. And it's an easier way for you to then send reaction forces fast. You guys know what you guys might not know what fast teams are, but these are fast reaction teams. You can send them from that 1,000-man outpost to wherever you have. I don't know what to say. You send a fast reaction team out to wherever they're breaking through, right? It seems it's kind of that's that whole coin shit. So, and Israel kind of took that kind of a defensive posture rather than the North Korea or East Germany, West Germany style of a wall, right? Or a DMZ of some kind, a no man's land, right? Mined, um, uh, wide open, all that kind of stuff. So, so it's not surprising to me that that took place in the fashion that it took place. It's not surprising to me that the intelligence services didn't see it coming, whether they did or didn't. And even if they did, I mean, can you imagine the amount of chatter that comes through for across that border at all times? I'm sure between the rocket attacks, there were all the time, and I'm sure that there's always plans to do this and plans to do that and plans to do this. It's always a plan, and it's not as bad as it's. I know it's bad, but it's not. The insurrection wasn't as bad as being portrayed in terms of the whole system of defense there was built for that kind of an insurgency. So it kind of worked. The defense, even though it's terrible how many people died and civilians that were caught in what took place, it's functioned as it was intended to function. The border between Gaza and the rest of Israel. So that's hard to say too. It's brutal to say that. Now, saying all that, from my view, if I was the U.S. military, I'd be like, well, this is a boon, and if anything, let these people. This is horrible to say, but let them say what they want to say and do what they want to say and do what they did because it gives carte blanche to the U.S. It gives carte blanche to Israel in a window of do whatever the fuck you need or want to do, which is horrible to say, but it's true. And from this point forward, if they have that carte blanche to do whatever they want to do, that's where it opens up the unknowns to our U.S. market. You don't know how other countries are going to react to this. You don't know how Hezbollah is going to react. You don't know how Iran's going to react in Russia. And sympathy. Now, I'm not taking Israel's side here. I'm saying just sympathy towards not Israel, but towards if you start to see pictures of civilians, Palestinians being caught in this, you don't know how that impacts the United States, is my point. And so if you start to see any kind of terrorism or terrorist acts taking place out there over the coming days or weeks, that will impact our stock market. So you should somewhat be on a posture of so right now you can see this bounce on the hourly trigger, right? Just so you can see it here. You saw this bounce on the hourly trigger. We're now coming up to confirm if we're going to break below the hourly trigger. So you want to pay attention to this if you're a seller, and pay attention to this zone right here. Its importance. Now you heard what I had to say. I think you're going to bounce around today. I think we do this up here. We just go into a wait and see mode for the coming days. So the next 1 to 3 sessions, maybe the entire week, I'm going to expect this sideways action, hedge the market, and if nothing happens, if you don't see an expansion of war, if you don't see an expansion dragging in Iran, the market will likely continue to go higher. But somewhere in here, you should be hedged yourself. And our market is likely going to, in my view, trade sideways and be weak until we find out more information, until you find out what Israel is going to do. What's their plan? We know what their plans are. They have 300,000 troops. And when you turn that shit on, it never bodes well. So, or in my view, in my experience, it doesn't bode well. If you call up some of your troops, that's one thing. But if you got planes coming in from around the world, planes coming in,
and according to
dual
the Italian
citizens
Central Bank,
coming back
Italy's
to
high
Israel.
debt to GDP ratio is a serious element of vulnerability.
When you escalate like that, I don't. It doesn't bode well. So yeah, I'm not saying walls don't work. I don't know if you're talking with someone else in the chat if walls do or don't work. I'm just expressing the two types or different types of defensive structures, and the only thing I'm trying to say to you is that there are tactics, different tactics that are used in terms of how you stem the flow of what took place this past weekend. Yeah, I'm not saying that walls don't work or walls do work. I'm saying this is exactly how they set up their defenses. Is exactly how.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
Very similar to how coin works.
Fibonacci and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Now that's a news squawker from Financial Juice in the background. It should be so. Yeah, so career low. Let me explain what career low is talking about here. So, what you should see, right? The behavior you should see in the stock market today is you'll see hedging flows come in. The market will be weak, right, from those hedging flows, and then you'll see the market rise after those hedging flows come in. You'll see rounds of hedging flows come in. The markets will rise against those hedging flows. And then if you see an event in the market or an event in the world that impacts our markets directly, you will then see real money selling and quick moves to the downside. But you will not see the market crash from those hedging flows. You are correct, Carillo. And will we have a propensity to go up in a big way if nothing happens? We're an expansion of hostilities in the Middle East. Yes, you will see the market go higher once those are removed. Once that risk is removed. This is all based on just unknowns. I don't want to say some of these things I don't want to say because I think it instills fear that is unwarranted. So if there was a terrorist attack in the United States, I don't want to say shouldn't say that, but if there was, you shouldn't have that irrational fear of that happening. But there's potential for it when we're in these situations. Yeah, the tool is pretty cool, right? So let's see what you guys are saying here. It's very similar to end of quarter flows. These same flows should be very similar. The only difference I would say on these flows would be I don't know that they're running these flows out with 0-to-8 calls yet. I'll probably know by end of day. I'll be told. I've got a service that tells me what kind of hedging flows come in, that kind of stuff, or what kind of hedging flows come into the market. So I won't know till the end of the day, but I'm assuming there will be there will be all day long today. Yeah, I think Career Low knows that. I think Career Low knows that those hedging flows rarely pay out, but they do. I mean, you're inevitably being given that chance today to hedge those possibilities. Yeah, and then we will squeeze on that. Well, that's the other thing. So Cowboy Up saying buying hedges really work out for those position squeezes happen. We don't know also if those hedges are coming in and they're being countered with 0-to-8 call flow, which could be happening as well today. So you could see squeezes in the end of the day over those call flow or over those hedging flows. You don't know. Well, we don't know how they're hedging the market here, but I would expect the market to get hedged without a doubt. You just can't ignore it. It behooves you as an investor. You've been presented with potential volatility that impacts the world. Let me read through what some of you guys are saying here. Yeah, there's no speaker right now. I saw that. USO. We're gonna look at USO. We'll look at USO. We'll look at Brent today. We'll look at XLE. As a matter of fact, did XLRE bounce this morning? I know that we were looking at. I thought XLRE either held or bounced this morning. We'll take a look at some of the sectors that were really destroyed in this last downside move, because some of those sectors are up this morning or didn't sell in the overnight. We'll take a look at a few of those sectors this morning and see if they give us some insight. Another ticker that gave some insight on Friday was Nvidia. Has already gone up and broken above its daily and weekly trap on Friday. That was giving you kind of an indication that we shouldn't crash over the weekend. We didn't. Nvidia was an indicator. So you're looking for places that were either completely sold to zero, sectors that were completely sold to zero into last week, and you're looking for risk-on behaviors in the market, like NVDA, and you saw that on Friday. So into Friday, at least, there were great signs that the market's going to turn to the upside. So just putting hedging on does not expect the market to crash, but it is prudent to do. Yeah, so give me more caffeine saying he can share hedging flows in Discord. Fuck yeah, dude. Share them. I got to check here. I'm going to check here in a little bit, but yeah, definitely share those in Discord. Yeah, and Blissowitz making a comment right now. I hate negative gamma, or I actually love negative gamma land. I do too. If we're in positive gamma, we grind right slowly to the upside. When we're in negative gamma, it's where all the meat of the trade is made, even to the upside. Yeah, I agree with that too, Blissowitz. Can't mess with religion. It's definitely as a losing conversation. I agree with that. Yeah, I stay away from it. It's not just real. And the fucked up part is a lot of this in the Middle East isn't just religion either, right? A lot of it has to do with poverty, education, inbreeding. We don't want to say that, but it's true. It's really frustrating, and then of course political and power moves, using certain peoples for those kind of things. It's the dynamics of it are it's like a fucking minefield that you can't win, right? You say one thing and then you say another. You bring another thing up, then you bring something else up. You bring something else up, and it's just a dog shit pile. And you're just going to become mired in it, right? And then you get accused of, taking any fucking side. It doesn't fucking matter what side you take, right? You're the bad guy. So it's like, what do you do? What do you say? You can't. You can just, all you can do is react or prepare, that kind of stuff. Or at least from my perspective, I'm like middle class white guy living in the middle west of the United States. Like, what the fuck do I have to say on this? Not much, unless it directly can impact my life, right? Or even if it's indirectly impact my life. Hey, Dan, how you doing, brother? Yeah, it's I sat once on a oh no, shit, my wife was in the army, right? My wife was in the army. I met my wife in the army, and she, I was stationed with her, but she's been. There was a group of men that tried to buy my wife at one time. One time, we were stationed somewhere where we saw a 9-year-old girl that was pregnant on a street corner. Like a child, and it was no big deal. Like as an American, it's even in our most maybe some native. I've been on some reservations that look pretty fucking rough in the U.S., but even the most poor Americans, there can be depravity, but not like I've seen in some, like I call them fourth, fifth world countries and places like that kind of depravity. It's just like the norm. And Americans don't. Oftentimes, American civilians don't know how good they actually have it. Thanks, Gimme. So, Gimme More Caffeine just shared hedging flows coming in today into the marketplace. I appreciate that, brother. Inside the Discord in the main chat, the general chat, I believe. I appreciate that, Gimme More Caffeine. Yeah, and you see HYG is blasting, right? It's blasting right off the open this morning. Blasting on the open this morning. Yeah, the Army's a weird place. I was just talking to Joe. So the reason I was late this morning is I was talking to Joe Donut, Jimmy. And, it's bizarre because I have mixed feelings in the military. Like, I didn't, I could have went down I almost did. There was a time in my life where I almost didn't get down that hole. Like, I ended up going to counseling and yoga and all this other shit. There's a trap for veterans, where you never leave the bar stool. Come back from war, you come back from the Army, wherever it is, Navy, Marines, doesn't matter. And you never leave that life. You stay in that military life, and you never escape it. A lot of veterans have that. And normally it doesn't work out well. And some veterans they leave it behind. It's like a door that you close. And even in my life, my counselor and I, it's like, there are some things in life you fucking bury. Like, literally, you close the door on it, you move on, you live a new life, try to get a second new life. The military is a weird place. So you got military is a weird place. Like, it's filled with people. Like 70% of the military is the unwanteds of our society. Military is filled, like about 70% is filled with people that society didn't want. You didn't do well in school, you didn't have too many prospects. The number of soldiers that I met, I never heard the stories that I heard, and I didn't believe them at first. When I first joined the Army, some of the stories that I heard from friends, soldiers that I was very close with, initially, you don't, but I didn't believe some of the stories they would tell me, what they left. And the only people that would take them was the military, right? Offer them a career, offer them no class or race or any kind of a societal. It's not just racism. It's like the last chance, right? Like, I grew up with this with my brother, my father, my mother, my neighborhood, whatever it was. My school sucked. I did this, did that, but the military took me in, and they only cared about the color green, right? They didn't care about the color of my skin. They didn't care about what I do outside. They didn't care about my background. You're given the same opportunities, they say, as anyone else out there. There's cadres built in the military on the fact that the United States hasn't always been the place for everybody to get a leg up in the world. The military is a place that you can join. And if you do a good job, you can change your life. You can leave the military, have great care. Not great. I think I call it bad. It's bad care, but you can leave with a pension. You can leave with college opportunities. You can leave with be able to buy a house, get a job. You're very employable when you leave the military, in most circumstances. But you do come out damaged oftentimes, physical, mental, spiritual, all that. You carry all that with you when you leave. See here. Yeah, that doesn't happen though either, right? you know. Am I gonna go into the CBOE press conference 0 dates? No, I've got some puts on for Wednesday. I've got a bunch of calls. I'm still long this market. I'm not exiting that trade. I've got 300 call spreads for December 29th. This is how I make my money. This is how CaptainJimJames makes his money trade. So just for today, probably won't be doing that. I'm in a position. If you want to know what my stance is here, is very cautious. I'm very cautious in case something were to happen that's unexpected. And that's my biggest fear, like waking up tomorrow morning and something really fucked up happens that either drags us into further
Senator McCarthy
into
says the US
further
should enforce
involvement from
harsher
us.
sanctions on Iran oil.
Yeah. Synchronicity. I joined not for those reasons. There's like 70% of our military force made up of those people. Then there's like another, like 20%, 25% that are joining for, didn't have any of that stuff, but they didn't have support to get a college education. I see that a lot. People join for that. And then there's a percentage that join for country. And there's a percentage that joined for their family history. And that was my case. So we're bouncing right now. You can see this bounce off of. Let me see if I can put this back here. Hold on here. What's going on with that? Here, we'll just delete that. So sellers were looking for the rejection off of the 1 and 5 minute trigger. With no rejection here, we should squeeze. We should actually trade. Hold on here. We should trade this here and trade to the upside. A lot of people joined the military too because their fathers, that kind of stuff, right? My mother, my father. And that's why I joined. I have a family history. My brother is still my brother is in the government. My dad was in the government. My father-in-law was in the government. My grandfather, my uncles, my great uncles, like everybody in my matter of fact, I never thought I was joining the army. I joined literally like woke up, and this is true, like 100% true. I literally woke up one day and felt like I wasn't a man. I'll be honest. Like, felt like I wasn't doing what my dad did. I owed a duty to my nation for living up to what it says it wants to be. So it wasn't political in any way, shape, or form. It was apolitical. It was more of it isn't free to be to aspire to be great. I know that we fail a lot as a nation, being that country. Of course, you'll hear me. You know that I'm a Democrat. You guys know that I get disappointed all the time. But I felt like I owed my dad, I owed my country, I owed what we can be good at. I was telling you guys a story a couple weeks ago about how I read a post on Reddit where someone had asked, why would you join our military for how fucked up our country is? And the truth is, we need those people to be in our military. That's how you turn into like a country like Nazi Germany was, when you don't have the right people in positions of leadership or authority or power. I don't know what that means to you, but for me, that's why I joined. So I joined our military because I wanted a better future for you and I. Like when you and I are old, or the next generation, or we dealt with slavery in this country, right? We still have a lot of stuff in this country that has to be dealt with, right? So you kind of have to be that person, Our military will always need those people in it. I'm actually a firm believer in some kind of a draft, even if you don't join the military, that you would spend like 2 years or 4 years, Peace Corps, road cleanup, believe it or not, teaching students in America, some kind of ownership where you give to your country and to people, humanity, in some fashion, and so that you feel like you own part of our country or even the world. right? Like if you spent time, I don't know how much volunteering you guys do in real life, but it's fascinating. I went out and cleaned up. I went out and did some trash cleaning recently, and when you go out and do trash cleaning, like if you clean up a neighborhood or a road or something like that, it's very powerful and moving when you're the one doing that. If you ever work in a soup kitchen for people that can't eat, if you've ever donated your actual time, not money, time, where you become invested, it makes you. It does alter your behavior. There's some alteration in your behavior and in your how you view things. Like, trust me, if you go and you go clean up a neighborhood, right? You're gonna think about that, right? You see a dirty street or trash on the sidewalk, you're gonna pick it up because you're out there. You're putting your time and your effort into that cleanup, right? Yeah. Well, I always say that about the Marines, right? I tried to sign up to the Marines. They weren't having it. They were like, "You're not for us." They're like, "You should go to the Army." Like when I tried to join the Marines, they were like, "Well, we think you're good. You'd be great at this, but we think you think too much. We think you're too smart." That's what happened. I tested. I don't think I missed a single question in the ASVAB. I was in college. Then they put me in D Lab and a whole bunch of other testing. I blew through 2 or 3 higher tests, but I was more like an Army guy. They were like, we need. The Marines were like, we need people to not question orders and to charge that hill, no matter what. When the bullets start flying, will you go up there no matter what? What right, wrong, doesn't matter. I'll give it to a Marine for that, like 100%. You think too much, exactly. You don't want thinkers in the Marines. You want doers. You want someone that follows orders no matter what. Squeezing higher now, trying to trade up to 429.40. Try to see if we can get back up there. We got breaking above right now this previous high right here. Follow my cursor here. You're watching price break above this one. Now you've got your next one here. This is all positive for bulls. You got this one right here. You're going to head up to the next. These are kind of wonky looking, but you can see we can show that better there. That help maybe right there. Squeezing higher now, playing ping pong this morning. Just bouncing from that weekly trigger all the way back down to this hourly trigger. And then we're heading higher. Yeah, make sure I got that hourly trigger right. A little bit higher. A little bit sloppy. Let's see if I can bring this down a little bit for you so you can see it here. Maybe that will help you see it. Hold on, Jimmy. I'm reading through right now, brother. I'm trying to get through all the comments. Yeah, like when Russia invaded, my calls got evaporated over the weekend. Yeah, if we were oversold right now, we would have sold the fuck out of this market. It would have been like depths of hell. Yeah, the only strategy human race has failed to implement is the war of love, man. Yeah, 100%, man. It's like greed, politics, money. Even religion kind of stems from that. Well, not stems, but you guys have heard me talk in the past about, you got gods, right? You got myths, gods, then you've got religion, then you had the rise of democracy, the rise of socialism, then you had the rise of the industrial age. They eventually came in. You saw corporations take over. Now you've got oligarchs taking over. You've got, matter of fact, we have American oligarchs, then we've got Russian oligarchs, you've got oil oligarchs, you've got all these very small, powerful groups of people, right? They're likely working in the background, using people as pawns, right? Yeah, there's nothing like using your time. There's nothing like it. It changes people. It changes you for the rest of your life. You'll never, and especially when you're young, it's so impressionable. Like this one good thing, the military knows that about young people. They'll go to war and they'll die and not understand the consequences of what they're doing, either at the moment or even down the road when they're older. The same thing applies, though, in a positive light. So if you were to send a 16, 17-year-old, 18-year-old kid, or if they deferred until they graduated college to put in a couple of years teaching students, changes you as a person, right? When you give selflessly of yourself, fully of yourself. You can fully give yourself selflessly for a period of time. My own personal opinion is that it makes you a better person for the rest of. There can be positive aspects that last a lifetime for you.
According to CoinDesk, Bitstamp is in talks with EU banks in seeking to use crypto.
Yeah, there is something to be said here. We'll say this morning. I'm going to read some stuff to you. We're going to talk about long-term yields. We'll talk about the 10-year at some point. Matter of fact, I want to take a look at the 10-year right now. Hold on here. I'm going to take a peek in the background. Just give me a quick break here. I got to look at the 10-year yield. Yeah.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Still some upward movement that could possibly take place, and let me see if I can switch this over. Well, let me move this over here. Excuse me. So here's the 10-year yield. Now, not out of the woods yet, right? If you're looking for to be out of the woods, the yield's coming down right now. It's at 4.6%. So like implies some kind of an upward movement in the market because we are tied right now to the yield. And bulls looking for rejection and more downside. So let me scale this out a little bit for you here. If you start to see this breakdown turn into some consolidation behavior here, should give the markets a reprieve. But you most definitely do not want to see a bounce here. It's at 4.5% and start running up again, right? So there could be some folly here, or a muted bull run. So even though you get a bull run, you may not get it to where you want it, what you think it's going to be, right? So if you're a bull, you want to see a break of that 4.5%, 4.6%, and you want to see this kind of action here. What you don't want to see as a bull is, this get bought here and then start running it up again to that 5%. If you start to see that again, if you start to see this kind of a move here coming in the middle of the month, the bulls could be thwarted, right? So we definitely don't want to see that. You want to keep an eye on this 10-year and have a break of trend. So you are looking for that break of trend on the U.S. 10-year. It's more upside to the market available. Some more upside potential here for some squeezing. So if you are bullish here, I understand why. Let's go to a 30-minute chart instead, or a 1-minute chart. Main screen here. Hold on here. There we go. You guys can't see it. Like, that's a better, that help better? Slide that over so you can see it better. Yeah, I saw TLT this morning. I saw the CTA saying that as well. That was Goldman Sachs saying that about CTAs, right? Oh, you did write that. It's Goldman Sachs. What else we got here? Oh, yeah, the Detroit Underground fights. Okay, so Detroit Underground fights. I went to Friday night. Who said that? Who brought that up? Brad. I went to Detroit Fight Club on Friday. I was supposed to go 2 weeks ago, but I got the date wrong. Or not me, but the person that had me going had the date wrong. Supposedly, my friends know these people that put this stuff on. I stuck out like a sore thumb. I'll say that. I stuck out like a sore thumb. They probably thought I was a cop or something. Luckily, I knew the people doing it. So I was able to meet some really cool engineers that they make videos about this, put it on the internet. They've got like a big Instagram presence and YouTube presence. They make professional video making. They use Black Magic cameras and stuff. Some really cool Canon lenses. I was able to meet the people that throw it. I met a bunch of rappers. That's true. I got pictures. So I met some famous rappers out there when I went to this. They were really cool because I think it was true. It was multifold. I stuck out like a sore thumb. I'm a fucking white guy, and I'm in. Let me preface this. Bear with me here when I say this because I'm not trying to sound bad. Okay. Detroit has been known as a safe place for African Americans for a long time, since Civil War. They had underground railroads here. You had, of course, mass racism in the United States. And you had industry that was in Detroit specifically. So if you were African American, you could come here for either vacation, a good time, or work, believe it or not. Now, Ford was a fucking racist, but he didn't mind you working for him. So Detroit was a place where you could get a job, and they had a great African American culture here. Regardless of what's happened in Detroit, going back historically, the bad shit that's happened in Detroit, African Americans have built themselves their own culture and society in this town, which is fascinating. And for all the negative shit that's happened to black people in our country, I'm assuming at some point they just said, fuck it, we're going to make our own culture. And they did. And it's not easy. I don't think that it's easy as a white man in the United States to be able to experience that culture. You experience parts of it, but not a lot of African-American culture. And I've been welcomed and have become very close friends with some African-Americans here in Detroit, and they are my family. They're my friends. They're my family. They'll be my family till the day that I die. These are people that they'll be part of my family. I invite them over to my home for Christmas and all kinds of holidays. Our children play together. They're friends. My kids don't know what that shit is. Like, they probably do have some slight, like, everybody's got some fucking racism. My kids don't know any of that shit. And I am so grateful to my friends that I've made here in Detroit, to be welcomed into their homes, be trusted in their community, and to be a part of their lives. And I can't express that more because I don't know how to express that. It makes me want to cry right now at this moment because I was able to go out this weekend to this Detroit Fight Club, and people were inquisitive. They're like, "Who are you? What are you doing here? What's your name? Who do you know?" All this kind of stuff, and mostly inquisitiveness. Like, what? You're not supposed to be here, and and it was fucking awesome. It's fascinating when you're when you're there with like good intentions. You treat people with respect, like they're humans. And I was in a great mood, so I'm like meeting all these new people. Met a bunch of rappers, met some up and coming famous boxers that are sanctioned fighters. I met just regular people, and it was bizarre because, of course, everyone's like, well, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "Well, who are you too? I want to meet who all you people are." And it's shocking because you have an image of how people are you think people are, or that's portrayed in media. And these are all normal people. These people have they have their own boxing association. There was no shooting. There was no fighting. There were rules to fighting. There was, and they of course, these people are living on the fringes of the law, right? Like, this is like a classic Detroit thing, right? Detroit still has illegal speakeasies, part of the culture. They do their own, they put things together when they can't do it publicly, right? So I thought that was all fascinating. And, they're able to put together a fight. Whether you like fights or not, they're able to put together an event that was underground. Nobody got shot, stabbed, killed. There was no big brawls in the parking lot. No one was out of control, fucked up on drugs or drinking. They had a bar that you could buy drinks from or bring your own booze. With a fee at the door, and there was a fee to get in. There was you could either buy liquor there or bring your own. People were smoking weed everywhere in this place, indoors. It was like marijuana smoke everywhere. But people were great. They had great food. They had great food there. They had hibachi grills set up. It was baller, and I don't know. I had a fucking blast. It was so unique, and it was its own thing. It didn't remind me of anything else I've saw. And this is a weird thing too. Like, if you go down southern United States, and you eat low country cuisine, it's one of the most fascinating cuisines in the country. It's like food. If you're talking food, you're looking for like real American cuisine, you should go down south. Like, it's like it's its own thing. It's not something that we like ripped off from Italy, and now we have like the tour of Italy at Olive Garden. It was its own fucking thing, and I fucking loved it. I thought it was the cat's meow, and the people were loving, they were kind. It was like the needle bouncing off the record at the Animal House movie, and instead of like beating me up, they were like sitting around the booth with me, and we're hanging out, and it was a fucking blast. It was a fucking blast. I showed up apprehensive, and by the time I left, it was just like, "Hey, I'll see you in a couple weeks." It was really cool. So watching this right here, it was really cool, and there were rules, and there was good sportsmanship by the competitors. There are people that they're hurt that they lost. There was one guy. There was some weight mismatches in weight class, and it wasn't like let's destroy that person. And matter of fact, one guy that lost fighting, the guy was outclassed by weight by at least 30 pounds, and but he still fought fucking awesome. I went up and talked to him. I was like, "Dude, you were a fucking baller. Like, you were great. Good job at fighting tonight, you know?" And it was awesome. I can't express my gratitude for being trusted to come inside of this community, to spend time on a weekend. I was talking to a close friend brought me there, and I was saying to him, I was like, I'm not going to say his name here in the broadcast, but I was like, you know what? I was like, you treat me as your equal, and allowing me in, and to not judge and all that kind of stuff. It was, it made my weekend, made my day. We're talking about how We weren't out cheating on our wives. We weren't out doing a bunch of drugs. We weren't out getting in any trouble. We weren't gambling our family's money away in a casino. We're just hanging out. A couple guys. It was more than a couple guys, but a bunch of guys hanging out, not causing problems, not being a burden to anybody, just blowing off steam on a Friday night. And I felt safe. I showed up apprehensive, and I felt safe the entire time I was there. As a matter of fact, I met Snapdog. I don't know if you guys know who he is. Hung out with him for a few minutes, got some pictures, met a couple other rappers. It was really cool. There was like a I don't know how much to say in stream, but yeah, that's what it was. Respectful, and I was trusted, and it was really cool. And I gotta say, man, it was fucking awesome. Like, if you're an African American, you get to live around African Americans. You guys have some. If you don't, you should hang out with more African Americans. African Americans are the coolest bunch of people when you hang, especially a group of them. Like, especially the culture wherever they live. You can hang out with them if you get a chance to do it, because it's part of Americana, and it's a culture that is rarely shown in mass media. Like, you'll see like rappers on TV or the music videos, or you see a lot of portrayals of African American culture that are real, but then there's this whole other like vast, huge part of African American culture that's super fucking like fun, friendly, very familial, very loyal, very like good people to each other. It's like fucking awesome. What the aspects that are not portrayed in mass media fascinate me. I'm telling you. And you wouldn't know this, that none of this stuff gets put on. None of this stuff is like, people don't want you to know this part of our country, right? And so, anyways, I don't know. It was really fun. I had a fucking blast. I would do it again in a heartbeat. Oh, yeah, no. Well, that's the other thing, too. I ate my first French fries with seasoned salt. I was like, that shit's a heart attack waiting to happen. But that shit tastes good. Like, I was like, wow. I was like, these, and they had just a tiny bit of seasoned salt on these fries. I'd never had them before. I'd heard about them, but I finally ate them, and they were fucking good. I got to say it. Like, totally trash food, but fuck it. I mean, you guys all out there, you guys are all pounding mozzarella sticks out there, so you ain't got nothing to say for yourself. You're all eating, like, fried potato skins and shit. You're eating, like, pretzels and fucking cheese sauce. All you white people out there, that's all you do. So I'm like, this is really bad, but I can't say it doesn't taste good. It tastes good. Yeah, first time I ever had them. I'm pretty white guy, man. Like, I'm let's take it here. Yeah, it was a good time. So you're watching the next bounce right now, right? So you got the first initial rip higher, whoop, right? Come into this bullshit over here, this vol, come back down, test the 1 minute trigger, and then rip to the upside. So we should see this hold. A nice little bounce going on right here on this 1 minute trigger. And this 1 minute trigger should support a trip higher to 429.46. Yes, dude, that's the one thing I'm like, I know how you all eat. Like, not all of you, but enough of you. I'm like, you guys are killing me. Like, fucking die of a goddamn stroke with that food. But it is fucking good, man. It is fucking good. I was scared. I was nervous. I gotta be honest with you. This thing that I went to was not. If you were like from the suburbs or something, you went to this thing, you'd be scared fucking shitless. Like, we were driving there, and I heard. Now, I don't think it was associated with this event. I think it was just the neighborhood that we're in. I heard a automatic gunfire, 2 sets. We actually pulled over and waited. Then we drove up, and there's a bunch of people outside. But if you just showed up outside, it was totally like Animal House. Like, I didn't belong there. I needed like the pass to get in and stuff. And I got interrogated when I got inside. So people they wanted to know if I was a cop, like is that guy a cop, all that kind of stupid shit. And but they were open to talk and all that kind of stuff too. So we chatted and all that. It was great. It was fucking great though. It was fucking baller. It was at the good questions. I should say more about this stuff. So they had a professional looking camera set up just like you go to a boxing match. The ring was small. And I was a little afraid of the ring. It looked like a backyard, like it was going to be ruthless and people were going to get fucking annihilated. But they had people in place that they had good crowd control. There were moments where you're like, yeah, you got to calm the crowd down. They were successful at doing that. Even though they had a really fucking ghetto ass ring, they used it to its full potential, so that people weren't getting wrecked or destroyed or brawls weren't breaking out. They were breaking people up like they should. They weren't letting the fights get out of control. It was very well done. I was very impressed. You couldn't have asked for better. It was inside of an old building that was it was known at one time as the Reggie's Moulin Rouge. So from the outside the building looked like shit, but on the inside they had great steel beams. The construction of this building on the inside looked great. It was over on West Chicago, which is not a nice place. It says that the building is unoccupied, but it wasn't when I was there. It was definitely occupied. It doesn't have a business in there, and supposedly they're going to do another one in 2 weeks. I'll try to find out. They had video of this fight too. There's some they made a video in this fight. So, oh yeah, they were fighting, and that's the other thing. They really fought. They really were fighting. They kept it as clean as possible. It was great. I was very impressed. There was never a time where I felt like things could get out of control. You could feel it in the room. You could feel that everyone was like, hey, we're doing this for good reasoning. And we're doing this for good reasoning, and we're not going to let any bad shit happen here. That was awesome to see. Now, could bad shit have happened? Sure. But bad shit can happen anywhere. If you guys go out to bars, I don't care what you're, white, black, Puerto Rican, brown, Asian, I don't care. You go to a bar at nighttime, and you guys already know you stay at a bar long enough, that shit's closing with a fight, right? I remember, I used to go to bars. I remember you go to a bar, and if you stay late enough at the wrong bar, you go to a nightclub in the city, and some stupid shit always happens, right? Or eventually some stupid shit happens. Mayonnaise on everything, absolutely. Was there a secret knock? No. But as I was walking inside, I walked by a group of people, and one guy very quietly said, "What up, Doe?" And I turned to him, and I go, "What up, bruh?" I was like, "What's going on?" And I shook his hand, and I acted dorky like a white guy, and the guy was like, he stopped and said hello to me. So I think that was the secret handshake for the beginning. And that was it. He was like, "What's going on, man?" I was like, "Nothing." So we started chatting, and everything was fine. I've been told that they do MMA style fighting at these things. The fighters that were there that night, there was no MMA fighting. It was fascinating, too, because I got to speak to a lot of the fighters, and I wanted to know who had some formal boxing training and who didn't. I was impressed at the number of people that claimed they did not have any boxing experience. One of my best friends is an Olympic boxer, a guy I've grown up with. He used to live next door to me. Another friend is a famed UFC fighter that lived next door to me. So for about 7 years, I lived next door to some professional fighters, and so I'd go over and train with those guys. You can kind of tell who's a professional and who's not. I was surprised at the number of people that were not classically trained as a fighter that still had the moves of a trained fighter. I didn't try to push the matter, but I did ask pushing questions like, did you learn off YouTube? Did you learn off? Did you have anyone? And a lot of the fighters claim they didn't, but I don't know that I believe them. It's very unnatural when you're. It's if you have any idea of what it is to be a boxer, it's very unnatural to be a boxer. It doesn't feel. If you've ever taken boxing classes, you know that it's not anything like you think fighting is. Squeezing higher now, trying to trade above and trade that 429.46. But I'm assuming that a lot of them do watch YouTube videos because you wouldn't know how to move the way that they moved, the way that they moved their feet, the way that they moved their body. They were able to come back down, grab some power off their back legs, then push that power on their front legs. The combinations that they used, all that kind of stuff, showed me that someone had spent some time teaching some of these guys. Some of them were trained classically. Some were not. I don't know if they picked it up fighting or whatever, or some of them may have had natural talent. But even with that natural talent, I'm assuming they got some kind of video on YouTube said you got to stand like this and you got to move like that, and this is how you learn how to do tempo and all that kind of stuff and rhythm when you're fighting. But they looked good, man. These guys looked like I wouldn't want to fuck with a lot of these guys anywhere else in the street. So, and one guy in particular I ended up meeting, and I was told he was one of the best fighters in this group. He wasn't fighting that night. He's fighting a sanctioned fight, though, in a couple weeks. I did offer him some money. Probably shouldn't have, but he told me that he paid $500 for a license to fight in a sanctioned fight in a couple weeks. And I was like, if you need any help with that, let me know. Maybe we can trade the trigger on your boxers or something. I don't know what the cost for that would be. That's exactly what I said. I was like, I don't know what the cost would be to put the trade the trigger logo on your shorts, but I think it would be cool as fuck. So maybe if he gets back to me or something, you'll see trade the trigger shorts somewhere out there fighting in a sanctioned fight. That's true. They had ring girl. Well, it was weird. They had ring girls, but it was tastefully done. There was one ring girl that was, there was like one specific ring person, but they kept it tasteful. There was a stripper butt pole in the bar. There was nobody stripping. You could see a lot of respect all the way around here for people. It wasn't like a stripper bar or anything like that, or loose women everywhere, that kind of stuff. It was very, I got to give it to these people. Like, for something that was unsanctioned, it looked like a sanctioned event to me. I was impressed. I was truly, truly impressed. SPY trying to squeeze and close a bunch of the gap to the upside right now. It's thinking about it right now. Can we close this gap, return to the scene of the crime? Looks like it wants to do it right now. No, I'm not stepping in the ring. I don't fight anymore. I used to fight though. I used to get in a lot of fights. Used to train to fight. I've been in probably like real fights. Maybe over 100 in my life. Like real true fights, probably 100 of them. Whether that was in the Army or if that was fucking around when I was a kid. And then when I grew up somewhere where the fighting was real. It was part of life. Yeah, probably 100 fights. Somewhere in there. Whether we were in a ring or we were training in the Army or pissed somebody off at a bar in the ski town or I don't know, that kind of stuff. Oh yeah. I used to love to fight. It was like part of what you do. So, but they did. They had ring girls. They had one ring girl, and then they had there were a lot of women there in general. There's a woman fight too. There was 2 women fought at this fight. They were great fucking fighters. I was very impressed. One looked like she was One looked like she was just a good fighter, no training. Another one looked like she had training. I talked to her. She said that she had not had any formal training. She could easily be trained to be a professional. And I would probably I think it was a split decision on their fight. But the one of the two fighters, I could see her in a ring fighting any professional female. She was that good, in person at least. 100 fights, yeah, probably 100 fights easily. In the army, you fight all the time, all the time. Fights happen all the time. Fights happen amongst other soldiers. They happen in the wrong places. I was in college. College fights happen all the time. My roommates in college were hockey players. I don't know if you know what hockey players are like. I wasn't a hockey player, but they liked me, so I lived with hockey players in college. Hockey players love to fight. It's like a part of fucking what they do. They get shit-faced. They have a party at nighttime. Before you know it, they're beating each other up. Bunch of fights that way. Then at ski towns, I don't know if you know anything about ski towns, but hang out in ski towns long enough, and you got like I think South Park did it really well, right? You got like the guys from like the rich kids want to fight the poor kids skiing and stuff like that. It happens on the slopes. You're taught how to fight in there. And then I grew up in Boston. Growing up in Boston, it was very rough. People fight all the time in Boston, especially growing up. Like, is your teenage kid boy in the city? It's very common. No, I don't think I'm a tough guy. I've been beaten up. I've lost fights. I got beaten up big. I've been beaten up three or four times pretty badly. I got beaten up once in the army. I won I was in like second place or something, and the last guy I had to fight was this big jacked Southern big black man that beat my ass. Fucked me up pretty bad. He had probably had 50 pounds on me or something. And what else? I got one time was in a fight once in a ski town. I was shit faced, and I shouldn't have been. And I got into a fight, and I beat up a few guys. They waited for me outside. They got me when the bar closed, and they actually beat me they knocked me out. Woke up in a snowbank. That's a true story. At like 6, 7 in the morning, should have froze to death. Another time I got beaten up. Mostly I didn't get beaten up. I used to win most of those fights, but that's a true story though. Both those true stories. Got caught in a bar fight once when I was a teenager, and that time I thought I was gonna die at that fight. Actually put my hands inside of a man's mouth and told him I was gonna rip his cheek off if he didn't get the fuck off me. That's a true story. Years ago. Probably shouldn't be fucking telling these stories. I was getting trampled. A guy attacked me, went down to the ground, and thought I was gonna die. So I slipped my hands inside of his mouth, started pulling back in his cheek, and whispered right in his ear. Had him around the neck and said, "I'm gonna rip your fucking cheek off. You don't get the fuck off me right now." It's a true story. I don't fight anymore. I don't do any of that stupid shit. Too old now. I'm an old man. One quick second here. Yeah, I was just looking up. The guy that taught me how to fight, his name is squeezing higher down on the weekly trigger. Trading 429.41, squeezing all the way up right now. The guy that trained me how to fight, his name is Shane Heaps. I'll tell you what his name is. His name is Shane Heaps. He's an Olympic boxer. He's from Park City, Utah. Squeezing up now, trading the weekly trigger right now, trading 429.46. Say hello to my little friend on a Monday. Squeezing up higher now. This is where you take the money and run. You want the help of the hourly trigger here down below to push us higher. Can we squeeze higher right now? Absolutely. One thing to note for today that you want to be paying attention to. Let's go to the Webull chart really quick. That is that we have range expansion. Should have brought this up earlier, and I failed to, but you should have noticed it. We have range expansion coming into play. Does this always play out on the first day of range expansion? No. But when we do see these range expansion events in the options market, can't actually see where S2 and 3 are down there, but you can see that there's an expectation of outsized moves. You can see it down here. There's S3, S2, S1, R1, R2, R3. It's 443, 23 to the upside, and then 412, 84 to the downside. That's pretty big, right? So expect range expansion is the point that I'm trying to make to you. Bulls want to be trading above this weekly trigger and take out this daily trigger to the upside. So how do you get that to happen is the bull's conundrum, right? And bears probably wondering that same question. So I personally always love the help from the hourly trigger. So if we break above here, take out that gap up here, and I prefer to have the hourly trigger lend a hand to take out this R1 above. So I want to see this hourly trigger or even the half an hour trigger come up here and help out with this move up here. Okay? Another thing to pay attention to is these known sellers that are here. And they're likely going to want to step in somewhere over here. In all likelihood, any kind of trading above will get a pullback, and your safe spot is usually the hourly trigger to buy, right? Wherever that is matters. Does it move higher or not, right? And I would expect any kind of squeezing above here to be met with some pretty severe resistance until the hourly trigger can help with the move higher. So this bar down here slides higher and higher and higher and higher. And whatever rejection is here, we're going to find out who we have more of, more buyers or more sellers. Is there more supply here? Or is there more demand here, right? Is this demand stronger than these sellers that are to the upside? So pay close attention to these sellers here. It would not shock me to see it take some time for the market to move higher. So you could see the squeeze higher right here. Some kind of fuck you no. And need for, hold on, something's going wrong here. Some kind of need for, I don't know why this doesn't want to do it right there. Some kind of need for this hourly trigger to come up, right, and defend this weekly trigger to push higher. So you're looking for the squeeze, pullback, hourly trigger, push us higher, possibly another retest of that weekly, maybe further down the road. You know, pretend this isn't just one day, but you are looking for that. So for right now, if you're a bull, all right, you can expect, if you're a bull, you're kind of expecting that squeeze above here, right? But you are waiting for this hourly trigger to come up to give you the real strength that you need to attack that daily trigger and that R1 to the upside. So we'll pay close attention to it. How do I express this here on this chart over here? How do I express this on this chart over here? You've got 430 to the upside right here. So I'm going to draw this. This is the 430 is the rest of the gap. So you've got this giant gap right here, right? We're going to draw this in. We'll just put a box here for it. So right here, you got a gap. Half-hour trigger's moving higher. Daily trigger's moving higher. Any kind of squeeze, if it does squeeze above here, congratulations, by the way, if you took your money and ran. But if you do see a squeeze up here, some kind of coming on down over here is what I'm going to expect. Something like that, right? Squeeze up here, consolidate, slight roll to the downside, and the hourly will pick you back up. Does that make sense? So this hourly trigger will come up. Makes sense? Squeeze up, come back down, find demand, and then move higher. Does that make sense? If we squeeze higher and we're just waiting on the hourly trigger to come up here, right? That would work as well. Trade down here, squeeze higher. So the one thing that you could take away if you're a buyer is what? What can you take away from this price action? So let's look at the trigger screen. What can you surmise for right now? What can we surmise from this chart? That the hourly trigger is holding and that we tend to squeeze off of it, right? All right, we come back down on the hourly trigger. What happens? Boom, slam above it, right? Boom, slam above it. Boom, slam above it. Boom, slam above it, right? So for right now, known buyers on that green line. For right now, we know this is where smart money is. We also know that the orange line, we also know that this orange line right here is very emotional. This is very emotional, okay? This is where all the emotions in the market lies. If you know that the weekly trigger is emotional and it's also going to be volatile, it's always going to be volatile. Whether we're coming down into it or coming up into it, doesn't matter. Very volatile. As long as we stay above the monthly trigger, we're bullish. So this is major trend down here, this blue line. So we're still above that. So we're still optimistic. We know that this one is wild. We know that general trend is the hourly trigger, the green one, and the daily trigger, the yellow one. So right now, we know that trend is up to the upside. We know that we're trading off of the hourly trigger. We know that it's holding. We know that demand is there. And until we find more supply than demand, the trade is higher. The places that we know that the sellers are right up here. The major sellers, major supply, right up here right now. We know that once we have a meeting of these minds, of the hourly trigger and the daily trigger, that we're going to find out if we have more sellers or more buyers. And as we squeeze up into this daily trigger here, right, you're going to get a rejection. And you're going to need help of the hourly trigger. And you're going to need help of the weekly trigger to push us higher. You're going to need that. You're not getting up there with nothing. You need the help. Bulls need the help of these two, both of these momentums to propel price above these sellers. Okay? So we're watching this play out right now. Do I think we break above the daily trigger immediately? Fuck no. I think we squeeze up there, right? And I think you're going to need the hourly trigger to cross the cross of that hourly over the weekly to propel us above. And then you're going to need the weekly trigger. So the initial, let me draw this out cleaner. So squeeze up, right? Have the initial squeeze up. What you're going to need is the hourly trigger to cross the orange, the weekly trigger, to create that squeeze right there. Right? And then it's going to pull back to the downside. Whoop. And you're going to need this hourly to race up and a bump up of the weekly to catch that pullback and push us to all that bullshit back there that we need to close up and get rid of. So a lot of work here for the bulls right now. They still haven't done what they need to do. And the last point that I'll make here is that the bulls need to sneak out of here with price before the daily trigger crosses down. Okay? So if price is not able to escape before the daily trigger crosses below the weekly trigger, all bets are off. So let me show this on a better time frame here. My point to you is this. This is a 30-minute chart right here, right? What you do not want to see, and the most dangerous part of where we are, is likely a rejection here or here, doesn't matter. I'll just put it up here. But some kind of a resumption of a downside move. So this is the most dangerous part for bulls is in here. And I would not be caught dead long here without a hedge. So you have to have a hedge on as we come in here, or you just sit on your hands. And the reason I say that is because, of course, that resumption of downside moves, right? We got them right here. We got one right here to the downside. You got one right there. You got another one. This is where they come in with like boulders, right? Like these are like the barbarians on the wall, right? And they're just hurling boulders down on you. So if you squeeze up here and they step right back in, what do? They come in right there and they just hurl us to the downside, right? And you're totally fucked here. So we talked earlier about a muted bull run, right? Some kind of a muted bull run. That's a possibility, right? Or you just get the rejection immediately off that daily trigger and start heading to the downside, start blasting down there. So you're not really out of the woods yet here, are you? You're not out of the woods. If you see the resumption of the 10-year going higher, that would possibly intersect price being up there too, right? You see the resumption of the 10-year yield going higher. And matter of fact, the 10-year yield is bottoming down at that 4.50, 4.60, and they come right back in and start blasting us down in the equity market. So, danger zone in here. So what does a bull want to see in here is the next question. They want to see price break above, right? Get reversed, right? You're going to expect that. And hold. That's the difference. Okay? So when you start to see that kind of action right there, you see the difference here? And this is also when we come into positive gamma. We come up here, trade up here, come back down. There's your confirmation right there. So let's watch that again. So turn this to green here. Right? And a bull wants to see not this. You're going to see a lot of bulls out there going, woo, everything is awesome. Long the fuck out of the market. And that's not what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be taking the money here and running. And then you're waiting to see if you catch the bounce to go higher. Right? You want to see the confirmation on the daily trigger right here. And you're waiting for the hourly trigger. Same old hourly we've been talking about, right? You want to see the hourly trigger come up and support that daily trigger. And then you get your 4, 5, 6 trigger cluster. You get the weekly underneath you. You get the hourly, the daily, price, all that kind of stuff to the upside. So bulls, not out of the woods yet. Bulls don't want to get trapped in here, do they? Bears don't want to get trapped in there. They want to see that break below over here, right? So if you're a seller, you're looking for some kind of rejection above, and you're also looking for a breakdown below the hourly trigger. Hourly trigger, right? Talk about the hourly trigger being trend. We're following it to the upside right now. If you see price break below that hourly trigger, so let's say, remove all this. Let's say you see price squeeze up here, right? It gets set lower to check, right? Start blasting down here, right? You see the hourly trigger come up here, right? As a seller, you can take this trade right here, but you can't get super bearish again unless you get the break. You want the break of that hourly trend, and you want to use this daily and this hourly to your advantage, and then you get your bloodbath down there, okay? That's where you enter short right there. You can enter short for this little part right here, but don't hold it. Don't hold that short. Take the money and run, and then wait for this to show itself to then take the big, huge move to the downside. If we reject immediately off the daily trigger, it's the same story, right? Squeeze up here, right? Reverse to the downside. You say, oh, Cap, I'm short here. I'm like, okay, cool, you're short. What are you doing here? Are you just max short? Fuck no. Right? You're short to right where that hourly trigger is. Right? This hourly trigger sneaks up here. Right? You take the money right in here. Does it make sense? So you got to trade like from here to here. You got to trade from right there. But you don't get caught in this, do you? Because what can happen here, right? Bounce back up. And we start running higher. The hourly trigger or the daily trigger is now helping. There's your bull, or excuse me, there's your bear trap right there. So you're waiting. If you're a bear, you take the money and run, and you're waiting for a blast down and rejection. Take your next short right there, okay? So you have to be tactful in here. All this area in here, be tactful. You don't want to get caught in any of this noise in here. Right? And you're going to watch this play out right now. You're watching this play out right now, right? That squeeze higher. Right. Hold on a second here. That squeeze higher, right? Squeeze up there, failed just below it. Come back down. And then looking for that hourly trigger to push you above, right? And start to make your way up there. So you want this hourly trigger and trend to help if you're a bull. You want the weekly underneath you to give you the power that you need to break above these sellers. These sellers are not fucking around, and they're not fucking around up here either until you get that confirmation trade with the hourly above the daily. I'll be honest with you, I'll fit the narrative to any of those events, to wherever price is at that time. I'll fit the narrative. When you start to trade this stuff with me, the only time that this doesn't really work for me is earnings and unknown reports. Up good or bad doesn't matter. If it's something unknown to the market on earnings, all this gets blown out the window. The other time when I notice it matters, or when levels don't matter, is unknown news from any other news event. So as long as it's no news, I will tell you what the news means, wherever price is. But if it's unknown to the market, we can have erratic movements in the market, but they usually resolve themselves by Friday or Monday. So even if we're going to have continuation of the downside, and that's usually a function of the options market and the positioning in the marketplace. The more you know about this stuff, the less you want to know what these news events are. You want to be aware of them happening. You want to be aware of when they're happening, what the implications of them are. But you start to realize quickly how much the options market matters, how much price matters, and how the news is spun for algorithms to pick up on whether that's good or bad or how it's interpreted. It's usually a function of supply and demand and not events and the options market, which is terrible to say, but it's real. So what do I think about events like news events coming out this week or like the minutes and stuff like that? I don't really fucking care. I care where price is when those events launch. Like, are we at a bottom? Are we at a top? Are we in the middle? Is the news unknown or known? That matters. Unless there's something unknown or a stark policy shift that we don't know about, they haven't told us about, even the market players don't know about, then it does matter. And it can do a fundamental change to price. Good question. Yes, the weekly trigger is the volatility trigger in SPY. So I don't know if you guys, we'll explain that right now. So the 1 and 5 minute triggers, right, are your intraday trend signals. If price is above the 1 and 5, we're going up. Price is below the 1 and 5 with a cross, we're going down. Your weekly intraday trend is the hourly trigger, and the daily trigger. Those tell you the general direction of the marketplace. Generally, like where are we going this week, next week kind of stuff. The weekly trigger is the volatility. It's the emotional trigger, as you say, right? And then the whether we're bullish or bearish in macro is your monthly trigger. And it also expresses, the weekly and monthly also express accumulation and distribution for the market at large and your favorite tickers at large. So if you've got a ticker, your favorite ticker out there, and you want to know what bottom is, you're looking for like minus 50 on the weekly and monthly triggers. Sometimes every 10, 20 years, you'll see a liquidation down to the quarterly trigger, but it's very rare. You're talking about like 10, 15, 20 years. But generally speaking, you'll know if price is crossing below the monthly trigger, we're starting to get really fucking bearish on something, right? If we cross below the weekly trigger, expect some really negative volatility to the downside. If we're crossing up through the weekly trigger, we're starting to up to the monthly and the weekly trigger. Things are starting to get bullish. As a matter of fact, I got a good example of this. Someone brought it up on Friday, I believe. So we're going to look at YY right now. This is a great example right now. We're going to look at YY. This is a great example. So you had let me see if I can do this on a longer time frame chart. It's actually a great example here. We maxed out back up here, right? 122.54. We've got a price stretch above the monthly trigger, right? You see price coming back down, blasting through. You see the cross of the yellow through the orange, right? This is daily trigger crossing the orange trigger. What can we derive from this? This is where we are right now in SPY, right? So let's look at this here. We got a cross of the daily trigger of the weekly trigger. Do you see this right here? This is where SPY is right now. We don't want this, do we? When you get a cross of the daily through the weekly trigger, people get emotional. They panic. And we had panic selling, didn't we? The panic sold down through the monthly trigger on YY, blasted down through the quarterly trigger, and it was like raining, right? Just raining to the downside. Just look at this. Everything looked honky-dory, right? Everything was awesome. Big squeeze. Bulls come back in. I'm going to buy this dip, bro. We're going to go retest this, get a double top. Fuck no, we're going down. Right? Come over here, get the cross of the daily over the weekly. Boom. Depths of hell, right? And pull the parachute, run, get out, and we go to the depths of hell. Look at that. Come back up over here. Now you've got a cross of the weekly over the monthly and the quarterly. And what happens next? Bloodbath. Depths of hell, right? Bloodbath. Now we've got some consolidation down below. And what are we doing here? What are we doing here? We got the consolidation of the weekly and the daily. We got price, the hourly. It's just toiling down here, right? Coiling, toiling, gaining up some momentum down here, trying to fight to the upside. And so in the upside move, what are we looking at here? On YYY or YY, we've got price, hourly, daily, weekly, breaking above the monthly, making an attack for the quarterly. What does that all mean here? It means that we're building up to consolidate and to begin to squeeze and take back all of this stuff back here, right? Take back this 57, take back this 60, and all this bullshit up here, all this nonsense up here. Now, do we actually get up here and trade 122.58? Don't know, don't care. Only thing that I know is that I've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trigger cluster, right? Almost a 6 and 7 trigger cluster, and I have a successful trade here, right? A back test, I should call it. You got the squeeze up, boom, back test it and hold it. Where are we going? Fucking up, right? If you're gonna take a trade here, fuck yeah, you take a trade here. You put your stops underneath it, right? You got momentum on your side heading to the upside, and you're trying to trade this $46 up here. This is what you'd expect us to trade, right? Everything is on your side as a buyer down here. You couldn't have a better setup than this to trade this higher. Same thing on the inverse, right? So even SPY right now, let's go back to this this YY chart up here. I want you to notice this right here. See that right there, that tick strike? Rejection, right? When you reject there like that, what do? They let you up to breathe for a little bit. Take a breath of fresh air, bulls, because guess what's going to happen? Downside. And that's what's happening right now in SPY. So go back to SPY here. And I'm going to show you a couple other things here. I'll go back to that chart, I think, in a minute. Same thing happening right here, right? Big setup here for bulls to get trapped for a downside move. It's the exact same setup. Up here and boom to the downside. Bloodbath further down. When I tell you how scary it is for bulls right now, I mean it, right? I mean it. That this is the most dangerous time for a bull in here on the market right now. Most dangerous time for bulls right now. So let's talk about let me ask you guys a question inside the stream. I'd like to transition today. I was supposed to do a training class over the weekend. Let me see if I can give me a second. Let me see if I can. Let me see maybe we can start that class today. Let me see if I can little squeeze above the weekly trigger just then. Selling into that squeeze above. See that squeeze up here? Get that squeeze. And what would be the expectation here? I already told you, right? You squeeze above and you're looking for some kind of a pullback. That's what I'm looking for. Something like that. Now, if we trade above here and hold and wait for this stuff to come up to help, that's fine too. But I already know where real buyers are. They're down here. That's where your real buyers are. They're right down here. 427.90, 428. That's where your real buyers are, right down in here. Okay, so Give me a second here. When will I take profit on my bull spreads? By preference, 450. I was thinking about it this week, and I was like, all right, let me reword that for you. So if I make 30% in the next week or two, I'll likely take off the trade. 30 to 50% of the trade, I'll take off the trade. There's a mechanic at play here where I won't make the second half of that money until one of two things happen. Either we explode to the upside, like we took like 470 or something, I would get paid the full trade, or time. So if it hits like that 30-50% mark, I'll take the money and run. If depends on where we are. It depends on how long it takes for us to get there. But if it happens quickly, I guess the idea here would be if I make like 30-50% of this trade in the beginning part of this trade, like in the next week or two, I will take the money and run. If I am upside down in the trade, I'll leave it on. And I've been trapped in trades that have taken me 3 months to print. So a month and a half, 3 months. I've sometimes get stuck in a trade, and I have to leave the trade on until one time I've had to leave a trade on until the last day. And I usually place these trades on end of month and OPEX because I know for a fact that they will, depending upon if we got there earlier in the quarter or not, they'll either run it up or down to print those spreads. So the idea would be here is if we don't print 440 to 450 now, I would expect it to print at the end of the quarter. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. If we print 440, 450 in the next few weeks, I've done it. Yeah, we've done it. Woohoo, I'm out. Thank you very much. Let me exit. If we don't, I would expect like price to magnet there at some point towards the end of the quarter. Even if we have a bloodbath, that's what I would expect. Is that guaranteed? No. But managing the trade, yeah, that's what. As a matter of fact, when I pull that trade off, I would likely leave the sold called side of the trade on. So if we go up there, the bot calls, I'll turn them in, make my money. I'll leave the sold calls on and run those fucking things right till like the 28th of December or the 29th at like 4 p.m. And I'll just let them sit in my account until that time period. Good question. It's a good question, probably is. But it has to be managed. That's the other side too. Like if this trade turns on me, if we get like that moment where Gaza and Israel matter, I will cut the bot call side. I'll cut those and leave the sold call side on. Leave the puts, the protective puts that I have for the underlying part of the market on, and what? And run it down. Right? Just run this fucking market down in the depths of hell, I guess. The only thing that I don't think that I'll do because I'm hedged is I don't think that I'll cut my underlying. As long as I stay hedged, as long as I buy like 3-cent fucking puts, then I'm not panicking here for the market that I own. So I'm feeling good here. I'm feeling as good as I possibly can. What Jimmy Barry's saying here, Jimmy Barry's saying we're going to go to 440 by Thursday, then dump. That sounds logical. And that dump that happens, Jimmy, I have a question for you. I see that dump coming in on after Thursday. What do you see as a low? Because the low that I'm seeing is only like 416, somewhere in there. But I do see that low coming in too, and I'm not concerned about it. I guess my concern here or why I'm asking you is, do you think it's lower than that 416? Do you think it's like 405, or do you think it's 403? Do you think it's lower than 400? Do you think the market actually rolls down? Is my question to you, because I don't see that yet. I guess I need to. I see it with the daily trigger. I'm not trading it yet. I'm not seeing the blood, but I'm seeing it. I mean, I know that it's there. I'm not positioned for it other than hedging. Yeah, 410 sounds right to me, Jimmy. I think I've got 413 or 416. I got it here on the chart somewhere. Let me look and see where I got it at. I think I got it at 4. I think I got 416 and then 409.71. Below that, I got 403.87. Below that, I got 393.90 and then 389.38. I think the big thing here too, Jimmy, is if we start getting rejection moves down there, that's the one that you should be like. That's the one that's should be scary as fuck, right? You get the like if you blast down after Thursday to that 400 or 410 or whatever. The big key there will be: do we start rejecting upside and we start moving down? Would be then you can tell that we broke trend. I bought 418, so I think I bought 419.20 or something like that. Whenever we were down at 418 last week on Tuesday, I was like, if we come back to that 418 or 416, I feel good. As we burn all that theta as time passes, this only helps my position, doesn't hurt it. So I'm fully fine. I think I would take the hit at 416. But I don't know. Here, let me move this over for you guys so you can see the next part of this trade. Yeah, I see that down there, man. Well, you know what else is fucked up too? Let's look at SPX really quick. There's a couple other. If you guys aren't aware of this, we'll do it now. Did I delete all this stuff or no? Did I delete all these drawings? Oh, shit. Whoopsie. Looks like I deleted all my drawings last week. So let's look at SPX really quick. I had a bunch of drawings up here with previous, or with the JPM collar, but this is the first one, right? You guys see this on SPX? Here's the first one. That one got hammered, right? We knocked that one out of the park. The next level one down is down here, though, isn't it? It's like right down here. So that's 41446, 4133. There's a sneaky little one down here that nobody's seeing. That's at 4085. I don't know why this one has disappeared right now. Oh, there it is. You see it right there? There's this little tiny one down here hiding. There's a little wee one way down there. And then, of course, we got more below. We got air gap down here, a bunch of air gaps down here. Right now, bouncing off this one. But if we begin to break trend here, that's the thing. We begin to break trend and, like all that stuff down there will get knocked out. That's 397.98. Like, we'll take all this right here. Take all that right there. You begin to get that rejection to close that gap, or even that gap. Come back down, knock all that stuff out. And there you go. There's your 1, 2, and 3 right there, right? There goes all your bearish Elliott wave counters out there. If you count the bull count, we're done, by the way. I don't know if you know that, but If you're trading the bull count, we are done going down. If you're in the bear count, we're not. But if you're in the bull count, we're done. Bears right now looking for a rejection right here. They are counting on that rejection. Bears looking for rejection on 429.11. If they can get it to this downside move, we'll find out. If they don't get that rejection, if price does begin to turn to the upside, begin to get this right here, you can take a long here usually. Make sure you don't get caught in this as well. Could be a small trap for bulls right here. Tells you we're going higher and they roll you back down. So what are you looking for if you're a bull? You're going to be looking for price to break above the weekly trigger. And for the white line to take you higher here, you'll pick up a call only on a successful retest right there. So change this to white. You'll take the trade only right here. So if you get the squeeze here, you'll look for the consolidation. You'll look for this right here, right? Come back, new high, come back down, confirming the white line, and we'll go higher here. So if you're a bull, that's your trade. It's above here. It's not right here. It's not here in any way, shape, or form. It's over here. Make sense? So we'll pay attention to this and see. Yeah, I think that's where we were. 4220 on SPX is where I bought the call spread. Yeah, I bought Jimmy. I bought Wednesday on Friday at the close. I bought penny puts for Wednesday. I'll have to re-up again on Wednesday, but hopefully those puts are dirt cheap again by like Wednesday close or something like that. I'll re-up. I was thinking I might switch to the putback spread heading into third. If we start squeezing higher, start attacking that daily trigger. Once we get into that daily trigger, put on a putback spread and hedge that downside move some more. Let me ask you guys a question. So on Friday when we're closing, I was like, yeah, we're going to roll into Monday. Did any of you guys put buy puts on Friday or no? You guys are like, anyone that did buy puts was like, whoop. I was so like this weekend, I was like, I'm fucking hedged. I'm like, if they fucking roll this market, we have a market crash coming into Monday and make so much fucking money. That's what I was thinking on the weekend. I was like, if we fucking roll, if we wake up Monday and we crash, I'm gonna be fucking rich. Like I'll be fucking. That would have been the trade of the year for me. I gotta say that. I gotta say, I didn't talk about it on stream this morning, but I'm like, man, if we fucking crash this morning, I'd be fucking rich. I would be not rich, but probably make haven't checked yet. It'd probably be $100,000 or something. Something fucking stupid. Not rich, but you know, like $100,000 in a fucking weekend. Fuck yeah, take that all day long. I would have been fucking rich today. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I was like, dude, if they crash this market on the Monday, I'm like, I'm gonna be so fucking rich. Give me 406 or give me death. I would have been rich. Dave, what are you saying? Oh, you did, David? Yeah, dude. That's what I was like over the weekend. I was like, if they crash this shit, I was like, I'm gonna be fucking rich because it's so goddamn cheap. I'm like, shit didn't cost anything. I'm like, just do it. Like, fucking print me, baby. I was positioned for it, so. I probably would have donated some money, David. I probably would have donated some money with your brother. If we had made that money, I would have donated some money with you, brother. 100%. I would have donated some money. I'm like, I'm never that guy though. Like when you're hedged like that, you're like, this ain't fucking printing. Oh, you had 425? Oh, you did, but you banked well then, dude. You did fucking awesome. Yeah, I had 406 puts, man. I'm like, nah, they stay on. I'm like, these fucking things, they're crash puts. They're only, it's pretty much like throw the money away and never expect to get it back. You just throw it away. You wake up tomorrow and we're like down fucking 300 points. Something fucking crazy. Oh, you did have a Grinch smile for the part of Sunday, Mr. Talking Monkey? I wondered how many of you were like, oh, dude, we bought puts on Friday. Like, I bet a bunch of you were like, I don't give a fuck what happens on Monday. That's too fucking funny. I didn't want to talk about it this morning because I'm like, I know everybody's like solemn and everybody that I knew was like, let's get some fucking hedging going. You're not going to go up that much on Friday and not going to pull back. Good job, David. Good. Congratulations. I still have mine on. I held nothing over the weekend that was of importance. So like nothing like 0 to 8 puts. I bought Wednesday cheapies. Yeah, you're on SPX. Yeah, well, you know what? I'll be honest. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. Like, fully honest. Like, the market was not positioned to get paid. Not me. The market was not in position to get paid for that role. Like, if we were, like, if we were overbought, like, if we were already, ready to start distributing our winnings or losses, distributing losses to other bulls, we would have fucking rolled hard and heavy. It would have been awesome. It would have been straight fucking red bar. But we're so fucking oversold that it's like, there's no more selling to do. Like, you got to give it a few weeks, a week or so or something. Yeah, I agree too, David. The only reason why I'm hedging is because of the trigger, man. That fucking daily trigger is like not fucking around. Like, that should be ominous to all of us. If you're a bull, bear, I don't care. If you're a buyer, seller, until we're over that daily trigger, that's real. Like, it's not to be fucked with. Like, don't look at that and be like, yeah, we're gonna squeeze past that like it's nobody's business. Like, take it as a warning, right? That's why I'm hedged. Like, that is a real deal. No joking around. Reason to be afraid of the upside. That daily trigger is no bueno. It's a forward looking warning to you to not be comfortable as a bull. Yeah, dude, that panic selling. I agree, David. The bond market being closed was a good thing for the market today. Or like, so David, I was up last night. I stayed up last night. I stayed up because the market opened, and of course we're immediately down on the fucking hourly trigger on ES. Like, boom. Then we started trading sideways. We rode that fucking hourly trigger all night long. And I'm like, here we go. They're gonna set this shit up and see what the fucking European markets do. And they set it up for the morning, and nothing happened again. And I'm like, oh, they're gonna let it go all the way to cash market. Well, shit, we're going up. That's the case. So. But they set it up, didn't they? They fucking teed it right up. They fucking teed it up over last night. They parked it all night long and just waited. They were just waiting for Israel to fucking... And that's the thing, too. Like, let's be honest. I gotta be honest with you guys. You guys gotta know this, right? So you figure the mobilization is gonna take 3 to 5 days. They're there'll be some remedial training, hold over period for troops, assigning troops. That usually takes 2 weeks. So you figure you got 3 days, and then you got like a 2-week period. And then I would watch the fuck out. Like after the next like 10, how about the next 13 sessions? You're not out of the woods as a market participant. About 13 sessions. Should take about reparation of soldiers probably takes about 3 days. Especially Israeli soldiers. They'll come far and wide, and then you've got about 2 weeks of finding out who's fit to fight, who's not fit to fight. People that are ready to go to frontline units. You've got like a readiness thing, like 70% readiness for units. Get units filled up with soldiers, airmen, doesn't matter, Navy, whatever the fuck you got, and you're gonna find out if they can actually go, if they're combat ready or not, right? Then you figure they put them into units. Those units have to muster up, get their war planning, and then they're going to go to war. So you got a window here. You got, this is horrible to say. I don't want to talk about this stuff. It's not tasteful. You got like a 3-day window of danger for the markets, 1 to 3 days of danger. And that would be if Israel does anything really fucking wild. They like commence the bombings. They start softening up Gaza. They go after, try to take out targets in Qatar and in Iran. If they start doing that in the next 3 days, buys them some time while they form units for a ground war. And then you've got like this next. So then you'll have like a 10-day period of risk to the market. So you got the initial 3-day risk to the market, and then you've got about a 10-day period to where real ground operations start. Not like a tip of the spear type elements and stuff like that. Not the air campaign or ocean going embargoes and stuff like that. But when you get like the mass, like the logistics of all this stuff is complicated. In the background, so that shit can take a minute. I think I'm being nice here, saying 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks is like you spin everybody up as fast as you possibly can, and everybody gets a weapon, right? And you're doing your thing. They could go longer, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, for logistics to get in place, but they probably could turn it on faster. So you got another 10 days, so like 13 days. So you got 3 days of what the fuck's gonna happen. Then you got like 2 weeks, like 10 sessions, to about 30 sessions of what's the next move for the IDF. I used to train with I trained with IDF at one point. I was with some IDF soldiers. I read shit on Reddit this weekend. Do not believe those people. The IDF they are some bad motherfuckers. They're like top. If I was like, of every soldier I've either met or have heard about from other soldiers, IDF is like top 4. You got like Korean ROK soldiers are dangerous and ruthless. Australians, some of the most ruthless soldiers, and then IDF, like those. They're like top 5 soldiers in the world in terms of ruthlessness. They're there. Like, I wouldn't want to fuck with those guys. I wouldn't want to fuck with those guys. You think Russian soldiers can be ruthless? You ain't seen shit. Like, those IDF, man, those fucking Aussies will cut your fucking tongue out. They'll cut your fucking teeth out. They'll cut your fucking ears off and wear them around their fucking necks. ROKs will eat your heart out of your chest. Like, I'm serious. And I think that's where the real risk of the market becomes. Like, how bad does Israel get? I hope that they don't get bad. I hope that hope they use this to their advantage. And they sign that deal with Saudi Arabia. The Arabs get behind all this shit, and it's just one more step towards some kind of two-state system, if possible. They don't fuck around, dude. Rocks don't fuck around. They will eat your shit in the morning. As an American, they'll eat your shit in the morning. Like, those guys run around in combat boots. They sleep on fucking concrete and dirt floors. They sleep in the cold and the warmth. They don't give a fuck. They do not. They don't give a fuck. They're under-equipped. I don't know what to say on that. I've trained with those guys too. I've seen those guys stand at attention for hours at a time, not a flinch coming out of them, ready to fuck shit up. Now, I don't think they're the best equipment in the world, especially rocks, but I would fight next to one any day of the week. I'd let them take my 6 all day long. I would trust them all day long on my 6. Yeah, agreed. That's the thing about Israelis, man. That's the thing, the existential threats. Regardless of what you think is right or wrong, dude, like if you're an endangered society, no matter who you are, right? You're gonna get fucked up reactions from them, and that's the one thing that I hope doesn't happen. I hope that Israel can use this to their advantage for their goals, but I don't want to see it devolve into what it can devolve into, right? You know what this can devolve into? Some really, really heinous shit. We haven't seen. I mean, when was the last time we saw really heinous shit? I know you guys think you've seen heinous shit in Ukraine, but probably Darfur, like really heinous behaviors by people. Some of the fighting that went on in the mid 2000s in Africa were really, really bad. And that's the one thing that I'm afraid of. I don't wish that on anybody. That kind of heinous stuff. And we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that in Western. In the West, like I'm trying to think of like any time that the West has seen really heinous stuff. It's been a while, and maybe you guys have an example of it, but that kind of heinous fighting, you don't want to see it. It's fucking brutal. It's so bizarre. I saw a kid on Sunday night. I was on a subreddit, and people were discussing if you should watch or not watch the videos coming out of the war right now. And some people are saying you should, you shouldn't. Some people are saying you should, so you have a record of it. I scratch my head with that shit. If you want a record of any of that stuff, you can go right into World War II and see it. You can see it in the Civil War in the United States. You can see it in Darfur. You can see it. Examples of humans becoming monsters and animals. We have so many examples of it. For some reason, young people, this is generational, right? They need to have their own examples of it. That's gross to say. I don't know that you do really need to see that shit ever again. And every time that it pops its ugly head up, it makes me want to. My stomach's hurting right now thinking about it, especially on that scale. And like everyone's recording it. And how people become animals. Dude, when you see people become animals, like a human being become an animal, that's so fucked up. Yeah, David saying next week is distribution. Yeah, I don't know how to comment on I don't know how to comment on either side in this. There's such a minefield. It's such a minefield that I'm unwilling to publicly take a stand on what my thoughts are. I don't want to see human life. I don't like seeing any of this. I don't like seeing any of it. It bothers me. It does actually have an impact on what my thoughts in my head and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I gotta stay quiet here. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything because to the victors go the spoils too in some of this, right? There's a part of that. Like, there's always a part of that. I don't see Americans giving up the U.S. of A. Do they? They see all kinds of finger pointing. Like I was watching finger pointing over the weekend, and I was like, well, you want to speak to some Native Americans about that? Like, I used to live in Santa Fe, man. You go speak to real Native, like they got Native Americans in the U.S. They're all great and stuff, but you go to some parts of the U.S., you go in the wrong fucking place. You ask those questions there. Like there's some reservations, man. They'll make fucking East LA blush. I'm serious. Like a lot of Americans haven't been on a reservation in the West, have they? How many Americans do you think have been on a reservation in the Southwest? Not many. No, not too many. Oh yeah. You don't see no fucking latte drinking fucking. And I'm a Democrat, so it's a hard thing. Politically, it's a minefield. Politically, it's a minefield. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing to say here. I'm not going to take sides in this because there's no winning position you can take. You can't. You're going to lose no matter what side you take. And there's valid points to all the arguments presented. It's a very messy, isn't it? I think it's messy. It's like, what is it like? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, this is a horrible thing to say too. It's like when I was a young guy, one of my best friends cheated on his, the girlfriend tried to come on to me, and I told the boyfriend. And she turned it around on me, and I lost my best friend. We still talk to this day, but I lost a very good friend over that. You know what I learned from that? Don't fucking get involved in other people's shit. That's what I learned. Don't stick your nose in something that's not mine. You're not going to win. That's why when you see domestic violence, what are police like? Police are like, they don't fucking trust either of you, right? Like if there's like domestic violence, someone's getting arrested, right? They don't fucking trust either of you. Like you and your boyfriend, you and your husband are fighting. You don't fucking trust either of them. They'll both turn on you, right? They'll both try to kill you in some lonely fucking driveway somewhere. Like it's like domestic violence. You don't get involved. You don't get involved in domestic violence. You don't get involved in couples and their shit. You leave that shit to the police. Why? Because you're not gonna fucking win. You're not gonna fucking win. They're just as likely to turn on you, bite you in the fucking hand. Yeah, I mean, my whole reason for it's like Ukraine. So Jimmy Barry just brought up Ukraine. My whole thing with Ukraine is I know exactly what Russia's trying to do. I realize that Moscow is 140 fucking miles from Ukraine. I know that Russia needs that buffer, but they never do just the buffer, do they? And they didn't take part in reforms in the 90s, right? The 90s, they didn't take part in reforms. They got taken over by oligarchs. That's known. Everybody knows that. It's not an argument or anything like that. So I get their positioning, why they're doing what they're doing, but I don't fucking trust them. And we're gonna have a fucking fight, and I'm fine with that. Like I'll be honest with you. As much of a Democrat as I am, I got no fucking problems picking that fight with Russia or with China. Personally, I don't. And if that's going to be where the fight is, I don't think that's the end of I don't think they're building out just a buffer for Ukraine either. And they let that country break away. And as soon as, Ukraine's got fraud up the ass too. They're the most fraudulent country. They've had a hard go of trying to escape that mafia, fraud, all the bad shit that was in Russia, Ukraine has had to deal with that same shit. And so I get all that. I get it all. I get what Russia wants to do, but I don't believe that that's all they want. And I don't mind standing on the corner and getting into a fight with them either. I got no problem getting into a fight with China either. And if that means that there's greater U.S. presence in the Middle East, I'm fine with that too. I'm not that guy. Like, I'm not the guy that's Russia's my enemy. China's my enemy too. I'm fully aware of that. And although I am peace loving and I don't ever want to see war and I don't want to see people die and all that other kind of shit, I also know where the bad guys are and what they do. I've been there, lived there with bad guys, and you don't ever want those bad guys on your backyard ever. You don't want them in your country, your own people doing it. You don't want them ever here either. And I'm fine with U.S. hegemony too. I know that pisses people off too, but I think our hegemony is a little bit better than. I know that we're fucked up, but I think our hegemony is better than some of the countries that want that hegemony. Starting to squeeze hard now, trying to retest and retest this previous high above. Put that right there as a target to the upside. Now, I know we're bad at so much shit out there, but like, do I wish we were more like a Scandinavian country? Fuck yeah. But I would take who we are over. I don't know if you're getting that. I think that's kind of bullshit right there, but okay, whatever. We'll test it out and see if it works. I'd prefer to be like or I'd like piecemeal. Like we're so like as an American, we're so like we're all fucking latte drinkers, right? I'm like, I'd like to have the healthcare system from Japan. I'd like to have the social services of the Nordic countries. And I'd like to have the niceness of the Canadians. So like I'm like buffet picking here, right? I want this and I want that and I want this. Are we ever going to be that? I don't know. Do we work to be that someday? Sure, but we're kind of picky, right? We feel like we can go to the buffet and pick and choose. That's the ego of being an American, right? Like the ugly American, big loud American. I want this and I want that. Oh, I don't like this over there. No way. Right on. Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying this right here. Maybe.
To deliver remarks on the economy in Philadelphia on October 13th.
I think we roll here, so I think there's a roll. I think there's some kind of a roll down there. We'll see though. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the squeeze out to sneak through that daily trigger. We got to make that move at some point, right? Oh, hold on here. Time's not on our side. It's kind of a perfect time to do it, isn't it? When you guys are most bearish, when you guys are most fearful, to make that move up and around. Still a little bit of gap to close above. 430.08. So we'll leave that one back up there. 430. There. That's exactly where it is. 430.08. Close the rest of that gap right there. Price target. Write that in. See if I can draw that in or write price target right here. PT. That's good enough right there. Price target right up in there. And they're going to want to hold this up, right? So we'll do a little bit of that right there too. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Jimmy. You know what's weird? I'm going to say this. I will say this about Ukraine. I don't mind talking about Ukraine as much. I'm going to say this about Ukraine. Russia. So we have books, reports.
This stream is sponsored by
the U.S.
QQQ.
when the collapse of the
Get
Soviet
free daily
Union.
pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So during the collapse of the Soviet Union, the U.S. banks had people in Russia. When the USSR was collapsing, right? You had all of these nationalized companies, and these nationalized companies, as the government was folding, the government handed out to the citizens of USSR, handed out stock options or stock certificates to all Russians to own these companies. And what happened was they were worthless. And mafia in Russia came out and paid pennies on the dollar for these stock certificates. They bought these stock certificates for all these major companies, a lot of oil and gas companies in Russia specifically. They bought these things for pennies on the dollar. They had stacks of them, rooms filled with stock certificates. And these rooms were filled with stock certificates because the mafia in Russia was buying them. And they were making deals with U.S. banks to sell these stock certificates to U.S. investment banks. So the U.S. actually poured a bunch of money into Russia. And then the mafia got involved and started to, for lack of a better word, rape these countries, take all their profits, not reinvest in infrastructure within the Soviet Union, or at that time now Russia.
In time, we expect comments from Fed's Jefferson, who gives a luncheon address titled "A View from the Federal Reserve Board" at National Association for Business Economics Conference in Dallas. Text is expected, as well as a Q&A with moderator and audience.
So the problem here is, while the USSR was collapsing, the USSR also gave Ukraine, offered satellite countries the ability to become sovereign, right? And these countries took that opportunity to become sovereign. And now, along the way, as these countries became sovereign, some of them were able to work on becoming westernized, not Slav, becoming westernized, to also to reform, right? Now, Ukraine was able to do some reforms, but still not completely escape the trouble that encumbrances Russia. So they were kind of forced into it too, right? Reform. Ukraine's like, well, we've got all this shit here in our own country. We've got all this history, right, of our own country and our ties to Russia. So it hasn't been easy for them. They're kind of been forced into that reform themselves, right? You got to choose one or the other. What are you going to choose? That really didn't happen for Russia, did it? They didn't really have to choose. They didn't just become sovereign under the thumb of somebody else. So Russia, what they chose to do is, or not chose, but what happened in that power vacuum is the FSB, the old school KGB, and all these other internal organs, and the mafia, and people with money and power swooped into that power vacuum, and they didn't have to reform like other countries in the West. That breeding ground took place for a decade to 2 decades. As a matter of fact, in that same time period, China signed treaties with the United States and the West, the UN and all this kind of shit to grow with us, right? Hey, we're gonna join this reform. And China did that too. And then they started backing out, right? Recently, they started backing out from those reforms. Russia never had to do that, did they? So, like, I want to give Russia that. I want to say to Russia, like, on the surface, I want to be like, hey, yeah, Ukraine should be a buffer country for Russia. But let's look at the brass tacks. Did Russia ever reform? Fuck no. Is Ukraine enough for Russia? Fuck no. Never has been, never will be. And they haven't reformed. They haven't joined the fucking West. They still believe that that Slav sphere of influence is going to and will need to be a power in the world. Right? It's their part of not allowing U.S. hegemony. So I understand that too. I get it. I understand it. And you know what? If they had reformed, I wouldn't be so anti that Slav sphere of influence. I wouldn't be so anti it. I wouldn't be anti-China if they were to have continued in their integration with the West. So you get that world economy, you get that world, which people don't like, right? They don't like that world economy, right? There's all the conspiracy theories about it, but in truth, you've got China pulling back the past 5 years, 10 years from what they initially set out to do, which was become a part of this whole world economy. And you've got Russia saying, "Fuck you, no, I don't want to be a part of that economy and that world government." So, if that's the case, and the people that are behind it are not for some kind of a world agreement, then you're my enemy in my view as an American. Not only you're my enemy, but I'm not going to consider you getting Ukraine back. I'm going to actually fight you on that. So I understand why we're here. Not that I agree or disagree with any of this. Just this is what I see, my take on it. So, yeah, I think we pour money, we keep them busy. This is horrible to say, but it benefits us to have arms and weapons and munitions being used, being tested, proving ground, and keeping them entertained while we gear up for whatever confrontation that's going to be with Russia and China. And if this helps, this Middle East stuff helps.
From Feds Jefferson, who gives a luncheon address titled "A View from the Federal Reserve Board" at National Association for Business Economics Conference in Dallas. Text is expected, as well as a Q&A with both the moderator and audience.
The U.S. also does not mind this, which is gross, right? The U.S. is like, oh, you're going to pull some shit, and you're going to put videos on the internet, and oh, you're gonna rape, murder, and kill kids, civilians, women, children, you name it. And then you're going to post it on the internet? Fuck yeah, I'll push it for it. I wouldn't doubt if they were pushing all those videos themselves. Squeezing higher right now, trying to trade up there to that PT of 420.08. Close the gap to the upside. Like, it's like, if I was an American planner, I'd be like, woof, couldn't have asked for anything better. We can park a fleet over. We can park a fleet over in the Med. We can park a fleet. We can put troops on the ground. We're being asked to advise. You name it. We love it. It's just more sphere of influence. So. Yeah, it's what it is, right? And China has done some of that, right? They've taken on some forms of capitalism. They know they have to take on parts of this. They don't want all of it, right? They want to keep control and be capitalist, right? Like make the money that we need to do to stay in charge. I understand all that too. I get it. I understand the concept of it. Trying to break through right now and trade 420.08, closing the gap to the upside. There's also some higher targets of 433.56. We'll look at those right now too. I think we put them up here earlier. Let's take a look and see if they're up there. Yep. 433.97. We'll give another target here to the upside of, I'm going to put this box up here for you right now. 433.56. There's your target. PT2. Oh. I'm like looking at different screens and different keyboards here. PT1. Do I think we get up here today? I don't. Like PT2, I don't know. I mean, if we do, we do. I think we get up here to this PT1 and we start to consolidate, start to squeeze this stuff out. Then we'll make our way higher, possibly. Even though I believe we roll up here, what do you want to see? If you're a bull, you want to see the trade higher above 430, and you want to see 430 hold. So you can jump into another trade there as well if we do continue higher on to PT2. Stock market squeezing right now, trading 430, 429.91, excuse me, trying to break above and close the gap at 430.08 right now.
Remaining.
Where is, can I draw a little box in here? Right there. Yeah. I got another place up here, 431, 431.59. I guess I wrote PT. Oh, there we go. Squeezing right now.
Says recent inflation data is encouraging, but still too high. And we're mindful of tightening in train from past rate hikes. It may be too soon to confidently say we've done enough. And the downside risks to economic activity include slowdowns in China and Europe. Labor demand and supply imbalance continues to narrow. I'll keep in mind tightening impact of higher yield. The Fed can proceed carefully amid better risk balance.
PT1 target hit.
Reflect stronger economy or risks. It may be too soon to say confidently we have tightened enough. We need to move carefully to balance risks of tightening too much or too little. We will keep higher bond yields in mind in assessing future rate path, mindful that changes in real yields can arise from changes in investors' views of risk and uncertainty. The rise in long-term yields in the past may have meant investors see stronger economic momentum and need for higher for longer Fed rate path. We're mindful of lagged effects of past rate hikes as I consider whether we will need further policy tightening, and the downside risk to economic activity includes slowdowns in China and Europe.
Yeah, you see that? Yeah. Ran real fast to start deploying those aircraft carriers with patriotic pictures. I read somewhere, someone said, are they gonna roll out the banner "Mission Accomplished" before they even get there?
Seeing some slight upside in S&P and slight downside in dollar after that text release.
Squeezing higher right now, trying to trade PT2 at 431.14. See if we can get a second target to the upside right now. Spoos squeezing. Spoos, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on,
this
come on.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Pay attention to the bottom screen down there. I want you to see this little yellow action I got going on right here. See if we can go over to there. This Weeble chart. Let's be aware of this little trend above here. As we squeeze higher, trying to squeeze up there and just reach the top of the sky. Whoop. Right up there. Squeezing higher right now. Squeezing on up. Mission accomplished. We made sure there were no WMDs. So fucking terrible. So fucking terrible. I can make fun of the U.S. too, just as much as anybody else. Like some of the shit, like some of the fucking Walmart warriors. Jesus Christ. Good job, David. I appreciate it, brother. David said he posted in Discord, is waiting for Friday highs, then the displacements. I saw that too, Jimmy. They said 5,000 rockets were fired. They knocked out 5,000 rockets out of the sky. And then they were like, Hezbollah's got 100,000 rockets. What are they going to do with that? And I'm like, oh, here we go. I'm like just like, don't even entertain that shit. Like 100,000 rockets. Dude, you'd have like the U.S. naval fleet can probably decimate 3 countries in the matter of like 3 days if they needed to. Like, that's the one thing about the U.S. Not a lot of people don't understand is that it's like people don't get how big the U.S. military is. It is fucking disgusting. It's like the largest air force in the world, I think, is the U.S. Navy, and the second largest air force in the world is the U.S. Air Force. By multifold. It's like 5 times the next largest country. It's stupid. We made sure there were no WMDs. So bad. So bad. Yeah, I know. Like, well, what is a rocket, too? Like, those rockets are homemade jobbies, right? You're basically taking like like baking soda and, well, you're not, but it's basically baking soda and vinegar. Strap a bunch of TNT and slap on some TNT, slap on some nitroglycerin, slap on some gunpowder, wrap it all up with a bunch of 100-mile-an-hour tape, throw it in a fucking homemade tube and send it. Wherever it lands, it lands. Like, there's a very loose definition of rocket. Seriously, it's like a very loose definition of rocket. Accuracy, explosions, not ever getting to its target. What is the target? Like, well, some of this stuff is overblown. Like, some of even the insurrection, a little bit. I mean, I realize there's a lot of damage, but some of it's a little overblown into, that's a tight wire to walk to, because I realize that in scope it's big. Scope of lives lost. It's like losing. Someone made a comment that it was like losing 30,000 people on 9/11. I realize contextually it's a lot of people that were lost, but in the grand scheme of things, I've seen worse. So. I got you, Centroids, baby. Counting rockets. They launched 3,000. They launched 5,000 rockets. I'm like, oh, here we go. Trying to squeeze up right now, trying to trade into this band to the upside. Got a PT2 up there. I got it at 431.14. 430.92. I guess the start of it would be right there. Start of it's right there. I should be more exacting on this top chart. And the second part of it would be 431.39. Somewhere in there. It's like the first box is like right here. And then your second box is right there. There's your 2 boxes. PT2 coming into it right now. This is a place for you to take the money and run. You don't want to be too much up there. They're going to try to sell you on this. You're going to get into some volatility right up in here, so be careful of it as we head up there. Trying to stay on trend to the upside. Yeah, it's not a bad take on that career low, or what the rotation is. Does it impact what the rotation actually is? That's a good posit. I like it. It's tough. The one thing, if we start down the war path, I think the dollar goes to shit. Because you get government spending. You get short-term bond buying, not long-term. You end up getting more risk-on behavior. If you get the government spending more money, you'll end up seeing the stock market generally go up. You could see the bond market go along with it, or you could see, I shouldn't say that. Mixing words here. Like you could see like TLT go up. You could see HYG go up. Due to like the 20-year and the 2-year, but like the buying of actual bonds is what you're trying to say, not the yields. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that statement. We saw 263 elk on the hill. Yeah, I agree with that too, Jimmy. I don't like seeing that aspect to it too, and it's. You know, Jimmy, when I was in the Army, dude, when you're in a war zone, the war zone is nothing like what they report in the news, brother. Nothing. Like zero. Nothing that they report in the news during wartime is real. None of it. Not a single. I had a few opportunities to catch the news during wartime, and they were never right. It was just selling a story. Whole thing was about selling a story. Squeezing up, trading PT2 right now. We got a target of 430.91 and 431.39, somewhere in here. Big room over here. I'm going to move this over right now so you can see the squeeze to the upside. Big squeezing right now, right? Seeing the offset at the end of the day on those hedging flows that we talked about earlier this morning. Squeezing up. Watch the chart down below as well. I'm going to show the chart down below for you one more time just so you can see it. So just down inside of here. Let's go to a 5-minute chart here.
US stock indexes regained some lost ground. S&P 500 and Dow both up about 0.3%. NASDAQ rises 0.1%.
Just getting off that 1-minute trade there, right? Just so you can see where we're heading, right? Bam, come down here. Bam, bought some calls. Rechecked it down here. Whoop here. All kinds of fear over the weekend, right? Get your hedging on. End of the day, what do we do? What do we say this morning? If we're hedging, you should see some weakness from that hedging. But if these banks are putting 0-day calls not to disrupt the market, we'll squeeze into the end of the day. And what are we doing right now, right? Squeezing. So be watching this kind of a move here. If you're a bull, you're trying to buy all these bottoms so that you can run this all the way up, right? So buying there, buying there, buying there, buying there, buying there, right? So if you're a bull trying to get long, you know we're at the top of the key here, right? Top of the key right now. So are you trying to buy this? No, you're trying to take the money and run, right? Come back in, look for another trade higher. Or some kind of a rip higher here, then consolidate to take this higher, right? You got this target above. We're now above the weekly trigger for the first time in some time. You're now looking for the squeeze above the daily trigger, even if we consolidate back down to grab this right here. So if you're a bull, keep on keeping on long. If you're trying to get long as a bull, it's somewhere down in here, right? For you to get long at that point. Some of us have been long, some of us have not. It's just right there trying to get that daily trigger, and at the end of the day, can we do it? Becomes the question. There's PT3 to the upside right there. Can we get it today? Big question. Do we reverse here on the weekly trigger? We're breaking above it right now, right? So we're above the weekly trigger. We want to see if we can hold above this PT2 and then begin to attack PT3 to the upside. And we are squeezing balls off right now. Trading 431.29 up here, trying to get to the top part of this key. Squeezing higher right now. Can we get all the way up to the daily trigger? Trading 431.57.59 right now. Oh, fuck yeah. 431.62, excuse me. No, that's 62. Make sure I got my numbers right over here. SPY reaching for the sky, trying to trade up to the daily trigger. Dude, what is this yellow bar I got to pay? This is from the other day, huh? This is all you need to see right there. It's all you need to see right there. SPOO's trading 431.46. Tapping that ass right now. Yeah, we're not looking for yields. We're looking for bonds. So if the U.S. government starts to spend money, yeah, what they do is they put hedges on and they try not to disrupt the market. So they'll put a bunch of 0-8 calls, and then as they expire, the market will go higher, and they'll make money at the end of the day. So they don't disrupt markets. They don't want you to panic. Does that make sense? They don't want you to panic. Now let's just move this over. Move it over there so they can actually see what's happening. Daily trigger sitting at 433.97. R1 at 433.56. If you're looking to take part in this trade to the upside, you always know that any recheck of the 1-minute trigger, you can take this to the upside right now. Trading 431.43 right now. They use 0-8 calls on SPX and SPY. If you have access to flow, you'll see them come onto the market. Got a small gap above to close here in the bottom. Look at this gap right here. Still unclosed gap to the downside. That's at 431.99, 432.08. Yeah, I'm out here. I just got out of some stuff, so. Give Me More Caffeine is posting updated flow in the general chat. Thanks, Give Me More Caffeine. Appreciate it, brother. Where's, I'm going to make him a moderator. Where is he at? See if I can bring him up here and make him a moderator. Where is he? Where is Give Me More Caffeine? I've been wanting to make him a moderator anyways. Where's he at? Find him. Give Me More Caffeine. You see that guy right there. What does that say? What can I do for him? Ban him? No, I don't want to ban him. He's a subscriber. That's good. I get free money from him. Do I want to make him a moderator? Just kidding. Ban him, delete message, subscriber. How do I make him a moderator? You don't want to make me a moderator? He's going to go here and start bashing shit. Bam. Done. You've got moderator privileges now. Give Me More Caffeine. Trying to add context in the Discord. You're done, dude. You're in. You're now a moderator. Got a little bit of gap still above at 431.97. Watch the bottom chart just so you can see where my cursor is down below. Reaching for the sky right now. Got a little bit more gap to erase up here. Then we got R1 above that. That's over at 433.56. You got the daily trigger just above R1 to the upside. So you got some known resistance here, known resistance here. You got a gap to fill and then maybe a pullback to get up there. You're in. Give Me More Caffeine. Adding context info to Discord is a good thing. I agree, too, with you. You want to touch the? You don't want to touch the buttons, Brad? Oh, why is that not working? Having weirdness going with YouTube's breaking again. Got more garbage YouTube. More YouTube not wanting to do. Oh yeah, I'm not. So YouTube's not allowing me to make moderators right now. The fuck is going on with YouTube? I tried to make you a moderator and I can't. I don't know why. I can't make any mods right now on YouTube. I got to find out what's going on. Why I can't make a moderator. They take my privileges away. I got some other people that are managing mods. I got to find out who's a managing moderator right now. Let me take a look at that and see what's going on. I tried to make you a moderator just then, Brad, but it's
that rise in long-run Treasury yields reflects anticipation for a strong growth.
I don't know how to make a. You know, it's weird. I've been having problems with YouTube for like a month now, and I don't know why that is. I gotta find out what's going on with moderate. So on YouTube, I tried to look at who the moderators were, and it wouldn't let me see who the moderators were. And I know I've got the stream key and I got the owner keys for this YouTube channel, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's a function of YouTube. Something broken in YouTube.
Feds Jefferson says current policy is restrictive.
Give me 5 seconds. I'm gonna take. Yeah, I just tried to make him a moderator. Give me 5 seconds. I'll be right back with you. I'm going to find out what's going on with YouTube. Hold on.
Equilibrium in real rate and economy may have increased.
Yeah, I gotta check anyways, Brad. I gotta find out. I gotta find out why you're not a mod, or why I don't have any privileges right now. Spoo's trying to close the gap to the upside right now. If you pay attention to the chart in the lower left-hand side of your screen, you'll see this little gap right here that you can see my cursor down here. Just pay attention to that. You also know that there's expansion in the options complex, the ability for the market to make some pretty big moves up and down if you get the levels from me every day. And you paid attention to how big the move expectation was. Let me see what's going on here. Why the fuck? Yeah, YouTube's such garbage. It's so dated, like broken, patched together. Let me see advanced settings. Maybe it's community. Maybe community settings. Yeah, I own the channel. Okay, I'm good.
Feds Jefferson says,
still my
as a
channel.
policymaker, I'm mindful cumulative effect of the past rate increases has not been felt.
Hang tight 1 second.
Feds Jefferson says, starting in 2020.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Feds Jefferson says we do have to be aware that what the Fed policymakers say, because that can affect what happens. And Feds Jefferson says data dependence is key as we're in unprecedented time.
Give me 1 quick second here.
Hamas official says we're open to discussions over truce with Israel. Fed's Jefferson says, I won't know for sure what long-run neutral rate is until the economy is back in balance. French central bank sees third quarter GDP growth of 0.1% after 0.5% in second quarter.
Let me see, Brad, for some reason, I don't know why I can't make you a moderator. There you go. Nope, still not fucking working. Sorry. Fucking YouTube, man. YouTube sucks. And I'm working on this in the background, and it's still like, look at Spoos up there trading 432.16, hanging dong with a reversal candle. 432.16, quick tweezer. You guys know what tweezer candles are. We'll see if it can keep going, though. It's so weird. Like, I'm doing this, like, YouTube shit in the back. YouTube's, like, so broken, it's not even funny. YouTube's, like, straight broken.
Jefferson says we need to do our work to bring the inflation rate down because before we can assess what long run R star is.
It's like hot garbage. Stream or YouTube's. I don't know if it's YouTube or I'm directly on the YouTube site right now. Let's see what I got here. Back to YouTube. Nope. Back to content. There we go. I'm back now again. All right, Brad. I couldn't get you in there. I don't know why, man. YouTube's been a disaster for like a month and a half right now. So at least the past month. I like zero responsibility. Spoo's hanging dong right now. Remember, I've got 440, 450 call spreads. We're already doing it, right? Trading 432.16 right now. I'll be in the fucking money before you know it. Let's talk about You guys all know what bull planes are. You guys, look, you guys are all like, you got bull planes going on in Apple.
Cuts might be needed next year until I see what is happening with GDP and unemployment.
HYG just ripping faces off right now. Left a giant gap down below. Dixie going to the woodshed right now. Trading below 106.20 finally. Just ripped through that known support. Well, shit, Dixie. Let's see 105.95. Let's see 105.43. What the fuck is going on in my computer here? God damn it, Oh, don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. The VIX going down to the woodshed right now, trading 1780 right now. The VIX has a gap to close to 1745. VIX can go down some more, just so you know. Target on VIX 1745.
Feds Jefferson says we need to be nimble with regards to what is happening in the economy.
1745. Keep that note. Make a note of that. Apple had a bull cross at 11:28 this morning. Tesla making its way back higher right now, trying to close its gap at 260.37. NASDAQ coming back on the attack, trying to trade 15,119.27. And the big boy, target on NDX, 15,299.39. Ultimate target on NDX. Dixie's got a little bit more down it can go. HYG now exploding. HYG with upside targets 73.24, 73.33, and 73.40. Not done going up right now, boys and girls. Doesn't look like it's done going up right now. Just squeeze it on up. Yeah, we should talk about CL, WTI, and Brent, right? I'll do it right now, Canuck Mobile. Let's take a look at it right now. Come on, quick second here, brother. I'll do it right now. Stick save, right? Oil had a stick save. Let's take a look at those right now. Or let's just let this last little bit play out here. It's 2:06 in the afternoon. We're going to talk about oil in just a minute because oil's kind of in a funky place right now. Like, does it sell here in this downward move, or does it continue higher? We'll take a look at all of those. We'll take a look at CL. We'll take a look at Brent. Take a look at US. Let me look at Brent real quick. Yeah, Brent's in the same place as CL.
Feds Jefferson
USO.
Employment growth is a good thing.
It's kind of in that same place, right? You can get oil to help out. It's funny, everyone likes to assign oil strength with down stock market. That's not always the case.
Allows you to actually hear order flow in futures,
and
stock instruments.
I got to say, like,
at tickstrike.com.
Oil reminds me oftentimes of the yield, like the hold on a second here, it's like the yield. Damn fucking. I'm gonna cut my hair off, man. I'm like right there to cut my hair off. So the yields are very similar to oil. You'll always hear people say, "Well, shit, oil's going up, market's gonna crash." Late cycle bull, all that kind of stuff. You'll hear that all the time, but you can't really assign oil strength. You can and you can't. It matters. It doesn't matter. Sometimes it does get assigned to weakness. Purdue, we're trading R1. I'm so fucking stoked here. I can't believe this. Trading the daily trigger right now on Monday. Pretty excited here. Hold on. Give me a second here. I got to open up my, hold on one second here. Give me one quick second here. Oh, fuck yeah. You'll shave your head if I shave mine? I was thinking about just cutting it back to my shoulders, but holy shit. I'm there. Yeah, if we go I'm thinking about closing these call spreads. They're trading 461 right now. They're doing very well right now. I might have lied. I might have lied. They're doing very well right now. I'm very happy here. I'm deciding right now if I should take the call spreads off or if I should like every time we swing up here, I'm like, yeah, should I just take the money and run? Man, they're gonna be so fucking juicy. Like yeah, that's what I can't decide right now. If we hit the daily trigger, I'm gonna take half off. How about that? If we go up here and hit this, if we hit this PT3 up here, if we go up there and do that, it'll be like max greed. So I'm gonna take about half of them off up here. So we'll see what's up there. Yeah, I'm on 440, 450s for December 29th. They were cheap as fuck, dude. Like, they were cheap as fuck. They were cheap as fuck when I bought them. They didn't cost a fucking song. They didn't cost shit. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, man. Or maybe roll the deltas up. Because we got more to go, right? So we'll see what's up. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, I might shave my head with you. I might. I don't. Man, I like my hair, man. What like it's one of the things that like I didn't like. I got a lot of bad shit about me. Like I got hair growing on my head. All my family and friends that went bald are like, they fucking hate the mane, dude. Like most of my friends and family like fuck it, I'm just gonna shave it all off. I think if they had a full head of hair, they'd fucking grow it like I do. Oh. Yeah, it's pretty close, isn't it? It's pretty fucking close. I want to see him slap that shit though. That's why we gotta fucking spread on. They ain't gonna fuck me until we get there. I'm getting greedy here. Oh, there it is right there. Let's look at it up there. There's a little bit more up there, a little more supply up there. Look at that. Don't you want to like sell into that right there? It's like, sell into me, bro. Sell into me up here. You can do it. Come on up here. All kinds of supply up here, man. Where are you going? Come back up. That's me. Oh, you did? Oh, you went full naked fucking 440s? Right on. You sick fuck. Get bangs. Get fucking bangs. My wife did that. So my wife tried to pull some shit. So my wife is like she's like 5'7", cute little blonde, blue-eyed, real blonde, no fake. Like she's got it all, right? She's got a nice little ass. And she always had her hair long, and she got bored and started like trimming her hair. And then she cut bangs once, and she tried to look like she tried to look like that prostitute from Risky Business or something. With like the bangs in the front. And I was like, I think in theory it sounded great, but then when I saw it for the first time, I was like, no, that ain't gonna work. She got mad. She was not mad. So of course I switched to, baby, you look great no matter what, honey. You look wonderful. I love your haircut. Oh yeah, we're gonna play some bull music if we get up there. We are gonna play some bull music if we get up there. You want to hear it in case we go there right now? You want to hear in case we go there right now? Bulls. Stock market brushing off so far. War. Smooths. Looks like it was hedged on the open this morning. It doesn't look like our market was prepared. Was not hedged well enough for the banks. Believe it or not, I believe that 100%. They were long this market. They were looking for a turn. They were not expecting war. Did you get the blood in the market today? No. Did you see hedging earlier in the day? Yes. Are you seeing the response to that hedging? Yes. End of the day, we're squeezing higher. SPY trying to reclaim the daily trigger. I want a note for you here as well. We looked at YY earlier, right? And in all this bullishness, I want to make a note here for all this bullishness, right? Remember that you've got bulls like me trying to take money off as we go up here, not put new risk on. So be aware of that. This is also the place at the daily trigger where the sellers are lying in wait. That we know that they're there. They are there. 100%. So this PT3 right here, I assure you, that sell side is waiting in force right here to sell into you. Now, whether they're successful or not, I don't know. Whether we can get past them or not, I don't know. What I would really like to see, though, to break past these mean old men sellers, these old white guys from a hedge fund sellers right here, right? What do I know about these guys? These guys are going to try to pounce on you. What do you need to get above these guys up here? You need the hourly trigger to come up here and help you out. So even if you go up here in price, you need that hourly trigger. So we're trying to get up there right now. This is a place for you to be considering trimming some of your longs as we head up to that PT3. What don't you get caught in? You don't ever get caught in this stuff, right? You let the algorithms... Let's turn that off real quick. What you do up here is you let the algorithms do the work for you, right? You don't care because this can just as easily go to the depths of hell. As we come up in here, you want to let the algorithms show you the way higher, right? Always let the algorithms show you the way higher. And let's go over to the Weeble chart really quick. I want you to know that they are here. I want you to know for a fact that these sellers are up here. This might look pretty right now, like we're going to squeeze up. Maybe we do get the squeeze up, but we could just as easily roll down and you'd look at this chart tomorrow and say, I should have saw that coming, right? Should have saw that coming. Now, saying that, you still don't have to get out of your longs or exit your longs here. When you exit your longs, you're looking for this right here. You're looking for this move here. You're looking for that cross right there. And you're looking for price to reverse. Needs to reverse. Right, needs to cross up and fail. Comes back up for a breath of fresh air. That's your chance to exit, by the way. And then we bloodbath down over there. Okay, so just right over here. You don't actually get out of your longs until this moment right here, somewhere in there. And I'm not going to exit mine either, just in case we get a bounce right here. If we pull back, boop, 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 and we bounce up here into the close, I'm still good to go, right? So I'm still long here no matter what. But I do want you to, not no matter what, but I do want you to realize that as we get up here, these sellers are not fucking around. They mean business. 100% they mean business. So know that they're there. Know that they're going to try to step in. Even if they get run over, they're going to try to step in. This is the place up here where sellers will come in and try to take over and take you back down over here. Okay, so just be aware of it. If you're going to exit your positions right now, I understand. Seems like a logical place. We don't actually have to hit the daily trigger. There's no requirement that we actually tag it. If some of you are going to stay long to see if we actually touch it, if we're going to touch that PP up there or not, I am staying long for that touch up there. I want to see us at least go up there and slap the back of the backboard. Put that up right there for you. I'm just going to put that up for you right there. Good job, H-Bomb. When's next calls? On a pullback, brother. You want to see price get above daily trigger and consolidate for a run higher or a rejection and a pullback to the hourly trigger. The hourly trigger will send us over the daily trigger. Congratulations to you if you are a bull at this point. I want to give you some congratulations. You have managed to break above the weekly trigger. You are now testing the daily trigger. My expectation here would be some kind of an attack on daily trigger, a rejection or either a rejection until the hourly trigger can come up and test the daily trigger, or we trade above the daily trigger briefly, consolidates until the hourly trigger comes up so that we can proceed to head higher. Thanks for following Haney Ing Z65 on Twitch. Either dress is perfect. Abso-fucking-lutely. I used to try to tell my wife what looked good and didn't look good, and I think it worked for a long time. But there was a moment where she just wanted me to say, "You look great, baby." And the truth is, she does look great. She's hot, dude. Like, my wife is hot as fuck. I'm sorry to say that or brag about that, but she's smoking. She was the hottest girl in the room. And you know what the worst part was, or the best part was? I don't know if guys couldn't date her because they didn't think that they could date her or whatever. I don't know why she came with me. I don't know why she's with me to this day. But she's also my best friend, too. But that makes her even hotter. Like, she's it, man. I'll be with that woman till the day I die. She's mine. Hot as fuck. She's like one of them hot 80-year-olds. Chasing her ass around when she's old and gray, running around naked in the room with no kids around, no grandkids. Just be me and her. And my dick pills. Yeah, I fucking knocked out one of. She had some fucking guy. There was a time, right? I shouldn't have done what I did, but the guy she hadn't seen in a while. They weren't. I think they were dating a long time ago, but he like grabbed her somewhere and put his hand around, grabbed her on the neck. Was like, "Come with me." Didn't know I was dating her. I banged him out. That was quick. That was like fast. It was like one fucking punch, gone. See you later. Don't touch her like that ever again. Don't put your hands on a woman like that. It's wrong. Never touch women like that. Like don't ever touch women like that. Like the way he touched her, I was like fucking grabbed her by the back of the neck or some shit. I was like, the fuck you doing, man? Kill you right here. It was deserved. I think he was drinking. We were at a party or something. He like grabbed her, put his arm around her, started to pull her with him. They come with me, and then grabbed her when she tried not to go with him. That was it. Lights out. It's quick. I was young though. I was young, stupid and young. I don't ever recommend anybody being a fighter. It's wrong. You can kill somebody fighting. Don't ever do it. Don't ever be that person. It's not a good person to be. It does not serve you well in life. It's always better to run, walk away, be the better man. As an older man, I regret everything I did. Huge regrets. But dude, she had this, like when I met her, she had this natural beauty. She didn't need any makeup. Sometimes she put it on. Put that fire engine shit on her lips and stuff. She didn't look good with it. She didn't care though. But when I met her, dude, like wake up in the morning, hot still. No sleep, hot. No makeup, hot. Oh yeah, here comes the squeeze. I'm gonna end up taking these calls off up here. I can already smell it. I'm just gonna exit and take the money. I already know I'm early here. Yeah, the true reason not the true reason, but so when I joined the Army, I joined because of my dad. I literally woke up one day and felt like I wasn't living up to my father's expectations. That's truth. When I joined the Army though, I didn't want to be an officer. I wanted to be a non-commissioned officer. I have friends and family members that are officers. They lose their command authority quickly. They end up going to like S2, S3, a bunch of other S shit. And any good leaders in the Army, they're not leaders for a long. Well, no, commissioned officers. Any good commissioned officer in the Army, they fucking take them from you, which is fucking bullshit. I gotta say it, bullshit. So, like, if you want to lead troops in the Army, as a commissioned officer, like a lieutenant or a captain in the field, that shit ain't happening. Not fucking happening. So, which sucks. And it angers a lot of commissioned officers. So I didn't want to get caught in that trap. So if you join as an enlisted soldier, you can become a sergeant and have all kinds of cool ass shit that you can do. Like being an NCO in the Army is the way to fucking go, period. Blow shit up, tell people what to do. And you don't lose command authority. Oh yeah, baby. Talk about the wife being hot. Make SPY go up. See if you can trade 433.56. 433.56 here. I'll tell you, I lucked out. Like, I did like the thing where I dated crazy for a long time. Dated a whole lot of crazy. Dated hot girls. I had a phase of dating hot girls, dating crazy girls. You name it. Like girls that wanted your babies. Like all those girls. I dated all those girls. Stay away from those girls. You're a young man out there. Don't stick your dick in crazy. You guys all know about that like hot and crazy chart, right? I guess this applies to women as well, dating men. I don't think it matters. Like, don't date crazy. Like you can date crazy. Don't marry crazy. Marry like your friend that you find attractive naturally. And then look at their dad or mom and be like, can I fuck that when I'm older? Shouldn't have said that. Don't do that. That's really bad. That's really bad to say that. That applies to women too. Like, would you find your boyfriend's dad hot when you're older? If not, probably not good for you down the road. No, she's not listening. If she heard that, she'd probably kick me in the head. I'd get beaten down right now. I live in a home of women. I'm not the boss of anything. I'm a nobody. I have no say in my life. Dude, this weekend, so I was supposed to do a show on Saturday, right? I got fucking, not only did I get told no, it's like, I'm like, oh, I'm going to come back from the game on Saturday morning. I'm going to do a show. I got told. So I didn't know I was doing a show on Saturday. Let's start there. So that's my fault. And I didn't tell my wife. That's my fault. And then my wife was like, oh, no, I'm taking the oldest daughter.
Diesel November futures settle at $2.96 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at $2.23 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at $3.37.
She doesn't even have to yell at me. She's just like, oh, you got to go out on Friday night with your friends? And you're planning on working on Saturday afternoon at 12. She's like, well, let me tell you what's going to happen. I'm like, okay, what's going to happen? She's like, you're going to put your fucking phone down.
Crude November futures settle at $86.38 a barrel.
She's like, you're going to take your youngest daughter and you're going to spend Saturday with her. I'm like, what about Sunday? She's like, we got shit to do on Sunday too. And I'm like, okay. Whatever you need. Done. And that's how we spent our weekend, doing what my wife told me to do. Happy wife, happy life. You know, if any of you guys ever want to run a live stream, let me know. I'll put you on. You can run the live streams for me. I'm down with that too. Stand in for be stunt cock. You want to be my stunt cock at home for me? Just stand in for me and go to those things. I can't promise you get laid. You might get laid. I don't know. But if you're going to get laid, you have to deal with the other stuff you have to deal with. You can't have just the good stuff. You got to pay for the kids and take the kids where they need to go and all the other crap that goes along with it. It's true, right? And I'll be honest, we're making a roll here. Be careful here. We're looking kind of toppy. So, like, now that I'm older, like, a guy will look at my wife or something, and I'm like, take her. Like, take her, the kids, all the bills. She's already done all the damage. I've already done the damage, too. She's got a bunch of debt. Kids, like, need braces and shit. Can't keep giving them the braces. It's 20 grand right there. It's 10 grand each kid. I got college coming up for the oldest. She's very smart, too. She's not going to be cheap. You better hope and pray she goes to a state school. They're all yours. It's like the prime time for you to take them. I had all my giggling, hugging, loving on the kids when they were young and beautiful. They were still cute and all that. Now they're just going to be expensive. Then they're going to bring their boyfriends home, girlfriends home, whatever it is they bring home. I don't know. But I'm sure that's going to be fun, too. You know what's funny about that, too, is like, I think I'm the boss of that shit. I think my kids, like, make up that shit. Like, not that shit, but, like, I think my kids want me to be a bad guy to them. Like, my daughters are like, Dad, I need you to be irrational. My oldest, like, she'll, like, test me. Like, you're not implying that you're racist, are you? I'm like, no. My oldest will be like, are you implying you're a chauvinist? I'm like, no. My eldest will be like, are you paid part of the patriarchy? I'm like, no, honey, no. Daddy would never be that. But they check me. And then I think sometimes that they want me to be that. Like, my kids, like, this is how sick kids are. Kids are like, I need something on my dad so I can go to my friends and bitch that he sucks. My dad is mean to me. I need some ammunition. I got to call my dad a boomer. I kid you not. Like, I think that they just want that. A little bit of a roll right now in the spoos. Like, they need something to grasp onto so they can tell their friends I'm a bad guy. A little bit of roll right here. Oh, Bear's getting up to bat here. Look at him. Oh, these bears do, these dirty bears. Your wife has a calendar. She does that to me. And I usually hold her to it. I'm like, it's not on the calendar. I do. I'll be like, it's not on the calendar, honey. But it's really not her responsibility, is it? It's mine. Okay, so we got a little bit of a roll coming up here. A little bit of cross coming up here. If you start to see that cross come into play, you're going to be looking for what? The hourly, the half hour. Let's find out where those are. 428.69. We're going to give you guys an update for the rest of the week here. And we're gonna draw in some funny stuff here. We're going to make this gray right here. I'm going to give you guys an expectation what to expect. There's the weekly trigger right there. So let's start talking about what to expect in the coming days here. Let's take a look. We got the daily trigger. We got a meeting with the daily trigger, right? Look at that. We got a meeting with the daily trigger. Trying to send us up here. What is this telling you? If you're a bear, what is this telling you? It's telling you that price is going up to find out if we're going higher, right? We're going to do a check right now, right? Listen to me closely. There's a time for you to listen closely. So you can simplify your life if you look at the market like this, right? Slamming on the door to go down, slamming on the door to go down, slamming on the door to go down. Told no, right? You shall not pass. Right here, we're showing demand, right? We know currently at this moment, there's demand down here. Came back into, we squeezed up higher to check the daily trigger. We had some nasty news, right? Came back down to find out if support was still here. Is our buyers still here or are they scared? No, they're still here. Came in this morning, they told you, fuck you, no, we're buying still. We're going up, we're not done. Right? So where's the next logical place to look for supply? It's right here on this daily trigger. Right? This is the next known place for sellers. We got above this place, didn't we? So they've been pushed back. That's bullish, right? We know they're right here, though, right? So we're getting a little long in the tooth here, aren't we? We'd really like to see the hourly trigger or half-hour trigger help price to get above. Watch this right here. You want to see some help from the real buyers down here, the known buyers, to push us up and over the daily trigger, right? You've also got the weekly trigger we're now above, right? This is the emotional trigger. This is the volatility trigger that Career Low was saying, right? Emotion-based trigger right here. Can't rely upon this one so much, can you? But you can rely on intraday trend off this one to push price higher. So until we get above the daily trigger with price, until price gets above, and above until the HT gets above, so we have price, hourly trigger, daily trigger, right? That one,
Brent crude
that
futures
one,
settle at
and that one.
$88.15
We're not out of the
a
clear, are
barrel.
we?
That's up $3.57 or 4.22%.
We're not out of the woods, are we? If you're a bull or a buyer, so that's not prevalent or not showing itself right now, right? So if you're a bull for the rest of the week, what are you looking to do? So into this Friday right here, what are you looking for? You're looking to buy any dips right here. Okay, we'll make these larger so you can see them. You're looking to buy any dips down here, right, into this Friday. So any pullbacks that you see, let's look at them right there. So if you get any kind of a pullback here, that's your place to buy, right? Anything down in here, you're buying all this, right? You're selling this right here. And you're not rebuying until we get price gets above and the hourly trigger comes up to help out, right? Confirmation, move to the next leg. Trade the next zone above. So until that happens, until you have that proof, what are you doing here? So as we come up here, you're going to take the money and run and look for the next opportunity to go higher, right? It's normal, right? Up, down, right? Where do you want to be? Where do you want to be on this trend higher? You always want to be down here buying, right? You always want to be down here buying, taking the money off up here. So into Friday, as long, here you go for your what to expect for the rest of the week here. See if I can word this properly. Into Friday, you are buying the hourly and half-hour trigger in an attempt to break above the daily trigger. You're not getting long underneath the daily trigger. You're going to be getting long on the hourly trigger, or the half-hour trigger, or the hourly trigger, or you're going to start a new long above the daily trigger and some consolidation confirmation that we're heading higher. Set the trade up, execute it as soon as we start running higher. It would not be out of this world to squeeze up here and immediately reverse to the downside. Immediately. And another thing I want to tell you here, another important part here is I never ever like squeezing and immediately squeezing up. So if we squeeze and we don't do any check back to go higher, I don't ever like to see so my point here would be, let me make this better. Nope. I don't like squeezes up. They tend to fail. I don't like squeezes up here. They tend to fail. I don't like squeezes up here and failing. I always like the squeeze up, confirmation, time for consolidation, and then your move higher. That's my favorite one. That's the money one. This is sustainable. These are not sustainable. These almost always come back. So even if we do trade up here and start squeezing like maniacs, I'll chase it. I'll chase that squeeze all the way up here, but do not believe for a second that that is sustainable. It almost never is. It almost always comes back, even if it's for a successful retest. These big squeezes are unreliable, is the point that I'm trying to make. My preference is always like squeeze up, consolidate down, and then bam, we move higher. That's my preference. Something sexy like that. Always love that kind of action. Now, can we chase this up? Yes. As long as price is above the 1 minute trigger, as long as price stays above the 1 minute trigger, which it is right now, you are long and you will stay long. Any kind of successful retest of the 1 minute trigger or the 5 minute trigger, you are long. Squeezing higher right now, trading 432.65 up to R1, trying to squeeze up to that PT3 into the end of the day right now. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that bounce right there. Look at that bounce right now. So what are my expectations, I guess you might ask? My expectation is we trade the daily trigger. My expectation from there is to sit on my hands and wait and see. If we break above the daily trigger and start heading higher, I'll keep long or add more longs or whatever. If we reject right there, I'm looking for a place to buy a dip. If you are a seller and you're looking for the sell down to the depths of hell, I already talked to you about where those were. 4440 was one of them. 440 was another one of those. A rejection on the daily trigger, you can possibly trade that down to the hourly, but I would not continue to stay short unless you break below and start rejecting the hourly trigger. So if you're a seller, you know where to be. You know the daily trigger is on your side as a rejection point. Otherwise, it's that 440, 444, 0. For you to step in and try to sell this market to the depths of hell. Yeah, you need a base to sustain the move. It's a good way to word it. When we do this trading, I was going to do it this morning. I was like, I'll do it on Saturday. I'll do it on Sunday. Wife's yelling at me. I'm like, Monday we'll do it. And then after the fucking war over the weekend, I'm like, we might not even get to that. Like, I got to be on point in case we do have a crash. So that we're not doing the training class today. Maybe tomorrow we can. If the market wants to find some consolidation where we trade sideways for a few days, I'll spend the time going through this stuff with you guys. But we have a lot to go through because we spent a lot of time on what the trap is, the consolidation versus distribution, how to get long or short in those things. We also have to talk about the triggers and the velocity, a bunch of other crap that has to get discussed in a stream. So I didn't plan to have a war start this weekend either. So there's all that shit that's there with that. So we'll try to get started tomorrow if we can. The training class for the triggers. We'll try to run through it tomorrow. If possible, if the market takes a minute to breathe and consolidate at this next level, hopefully we can get some of that sideways action for the Theta Gang and some of that sideways action, and some of that digestion that the market will need to take. We hope we can get some of that so we can start that training this week at some point. But the thesis here would be we're going to trade that daily trigger, likely pull back, and have that hourly trigger in your defense to help bulls get higher and higher and higher and higher. If you're looking for that dip buy, even where we are right now, it's down there in that half hour and hour trigger until we get above. Yeah, you're going to get the classes this week. Binky's going to put out the videos. We're going to rewrite all of those videos into written form. You guys are going to get that white paper, and you're going to be able to add and subtract from that white paper if you disagree or agree with some examples. And then we'll release it along with the tool and some other tools to the public. So you guys will get full access to it. Matter of fact, let's ask a question right now. Anybody that has access right now, are you guys happy so far with what you got? Not happy? Don't give suggestions here in the stream, but if you have suggestions, do you have suggestions, that kind of stuff? I want to hit that red bar up there so I can take these call spreads off. Yeah, I like that. I like those base. I like coming back and retesting. It's just making sure buyers are still there. It means a lot when you find out the buyers are moving higher. It means a ton. It means that there's more money left to put in the bag. Bags still need filled. You did send an email. Good job. I haven't checked my email yet. I've not checked my email yet. Right on, Will. Right on, brother. I won't trade without it. Joe and I were talking about it on Friday. Joe Doe and I were talking on Friday. We were like, I was like, dude, there's so much shit that I don't need to have in front of me day in, day out. I need this fucking thing in front of me all day long. Like, no matter what, I need it in front of me. Like, that's a key point to this. Like, if you can't trade without it, it's good. And that's what it is for me. I can't trade without it. I'll never trade without it. You're going to find out some really fascinating stuff about this too. Like, you'll see people on FinTwit. I shouldn't say this, but you'll see people on FinTwit, and they'll give you like whatever system they're using, and they'll completely disregard hidden levels that these triggers show you. So they won't see the hourly trigger, they won't see the weekly, the monthly, that kind of shit, and they'll be like, "We're gonna crash right here," and we fucking bounce so fucking hard, or reject on those things. And it's maybe like 10% of the market knows those things are there. Like 10% of the market knows that's going to bounce, like retailers. So oftentimes they miss that shit. And that's where the edge comes in. You wait till you see it, it's going to be fucking awesome. And you're like, why isn't anybody talking about that level? They're all focused on all kinds of other shit. And you're like, they don't see that. What you do. So it's fascinating because that will give they'll give you an edge. It's pretty cool. It's a combination of all the velocity together. We're going to go over that in the videos, what it actually means, because you got to compound that stuff too and find out what it actually means. We're below it, we're above it, we're above certain levels, and all that kind of stuff. It all matters. Appreciate that, Market Squid. Appreciate that, brother. I apologize I can't be here every day for you guys. I want to be here every day, but it's hard. The number of hours we're streaming as it is brutal. So it's already like 35 to 40 hours a week in, week out. And so you're talking about another 20 hours on top of that. It's like 50 hours in a week, 60 hours out of a week, just to get where we are right now. I need more help. I need people that want to. That's the other thing. I need to ask some people. I need someone to help me make nighttime videos, and I'd be willing to train somebody to make those videos. I need somebody to write morning briefs and nighttime briefs. I would teach you how to do those too. And I got Binky doing weekend stock picking videos coming up here soon. So I need 2 people right now, and still haven't found them. Not an easy thing to do, but it is easy. It's easy. It's easy enough. I think that's all relative, but whatever. Streaming is hard. I gotta say, man, I didn't know streaming was hard. I thought it was easy. I was one of the people that was like, fuck streamers, fuck content makers, fuck all those people. And I'm eating those words. Eating those words. Have eaten those words a few times. Now I have respect for those people. A lot of respect. Like, here's a good example of that is Derek Kotnoy. I have a lot of respect for what the work he does and the amount of time and effort that he puts into what he does. I have a lot of respect for what that guy does. So I had respect for him, but now, like, when I see what those guys actually do to put out the content that they do, it's a ton. Mike Da Silva, Bob Kendalls, who else? There's a bunch of those guys out there. FX, I like FX Evolution. Those guys are good too. It's a lot of work. Career loaded. You want to get involved, man? Give me a shout, brother. I'm down, brother.
Army says artillery
I'm down. I'll spend the time with you. I'll actually. You'll see me like. So what you guys don't see here.
From Lebanon.
What you guys don't see here is that there's a group of about 30 or 40 of us, about 30 to 40 people. And you only see my face, but there's a team of like 30 people. So when I get
This
done
stream
streaming,
is sponsored by To The Tick.
I'm
Get
with
free
these
daily
people
points,
outside of the
Fibonacci,
stream.
and
Like
market
I
profile
spend
levels by
hours
signing
with
up
them every
at
day,
tothetick.com.
trying to find out what we need to do, what's missing, what's wrong, all the stuff, where I fucked up, all that kind of stuff. There's like, it's not just if you see me on stream, it's not just me. There's an entire level by level of, it's not like hierarchy, it's more like level of expertise, or I'm good at this and you're good at that, and I do this and you do that. I mean, you see what David AMS does, you see what John L does, see what Binky does, see what Chaz does, you see what Joe Donut does, what Quinn does, John L. You got fucking all kinds of people. You got Blind Nest Owl doing shit. You got Raveology doing stuff. You've got Rob SFO doing his thing. You got people that are at every phase of what we're doing. So if you're ever interested in that stuff, don't get scared or anything. I'd hold your hand the entire way. We'd be on a phone call every night. We review everything. We do blind or test runs that nobody sees ever the light of day. We actually back test. Like if you do a market brief in the morning and at night, you run those for like 2-3 weeks. Make sure that we're kind of on point every day. What we're putting out, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, Carrillo, if you're interested, man, hit me up, brother. Smack me again. Just be like, answer my fucking DMs, Captain, and I'll be all over it with you, man. Do it again. Send another email today. Send an email to CaptainJimJames@gmail.com today. Like right now. Even if you already sent prior one, send one right now, and I'll look at it tonight. If you're interested. And I want to tell you something else. I would never if you're listening right now and you're not a fit for us, I wouldn't throw you under a bus publicly. If you're like, this isn't for me, I wouldn't throw you under a bus publicly. None of that shit happens. We're all friends. We all, and I want you to know something else. If you're ever interested in this, you'll never, ever find us trying to scam users. There's no pumping shit stocks or running scams on Discord people. Like, here, I'll buy a bunch of penny calls, and then you tell your people in Discord, and then Discorders go out and tell their people. Like all those pump and dump scam shit. We don't do any of that stuff. There's no behind the scenes fucking drama or any of that kind of crap. There's none of that there's no porn pics or fucking whores or whatever. I see all this stuff in public, and I'm like, why the fuck do these people get involved in this stuff? Like all that negative bad shit. We don't do any of that stuff. So if you're interested, you'll never encounter that in our group. I'm looking right now. I'm looking right now, brother. I'm looking right now. You're not interested then? I know. Trading 432.87 right now. I got to get ready to sell. $432.87 right now. Trying to trade 433.56. Get the daily trigger at 433.97. But it's not. The point was from someone's comment on chat earlier. The point is that I can't do it all. I don't have the time to do it all. So, and I don't want this to be about me either. There's a part of what we're doing is where we get ready to take some off. If you're a trader here, an investor, this is a good milestone and post marker for you. If you're going to take some off up here at this, I'm gonna probably take off half my trade. If we squeeze up into this daily trigger up here, 433.97. You want to watch it down below over here? This is like a another whole other conversation. I don't ever want it to be. I know it sounds crazy. I don't want this to become the CaptainJimJames thing. I'd really like this to transform into like trade the trigger being a retail thing, like it's yours. So it's like multifold. Like I don't ever like to be like, I don't want to be the furu. I don't want to be the only guy. I want you to trust these other people, and I want you to believe in them and know that I trust those people, and involve other people in this. So, it's not always going to be CaptainJimJames. So to have other people involved and to have them be a voice, if you're an Elliott Wave guy, I want your input. Like, what do you think? Like what David AMS does, I want his input. Like, if you trade traditional charting patterns, I want your input, and people want your input. People care about what you think. So if we get more of those people involved and we showcase their abilities, it kind of takes it off me and makes us all kind of beholden to each other, right? Retailers trying to help retailers was the original thesis, and how do we get that to become that over time and become sustainable is not to have that ego-driven furu's in charge of everything, or that's your guy. It is it's fucked up. Not fucked up. So this past weekend, Thursday and Friday, I was looking at building our own charting service with data from like Finitviz, VidTiv, or Polygon.io, and that shit costs a lot of money. And we're having to ask talking to Joe Donut late week last week, and it's like, well, what are your ambitions? And the ambitions are normal. They're like sustainable, edge-driven service for retailers, and keep it as free as possible. Try to always have this like free path, and then the people that want to support what we're doing can support it enough so that it's always there. It's self-sustaining. But this is the crazy part of this. Like, we were talking about this charting stuff and the data and building our own stuff for the future. And we were talking about, if we get on that road, what is that goal? And it'd be kind of cool to become a hedge fund one day. I know it sounds crazy. Probably hearing this to the screen right now, and you're like, were you out of your mind? I think that'd be cool. I don't know if we can do that. I don't know that we'll ever become that. But, if we could become a hedge fund one day, you get 20, 30 people that are come along the ride with us. We take this ride in its next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and this does turn into something like that. I'd be open to it, and I'd be open to investing in it too, so that we can become that someday. So that's not something that's like, yeah, it's in stone, we're going to do that, but it does impact the work that we're doing and where we hope this work goes. So how do you create a hedge fund or a brokerage? Even a brokerage, you got to build that shit right, don't you? It costs a lot of fucking money and time. Likely all for naught. But it'd be kind of cool to be in a building with you guys one day. Like, 20, 30 of you. We can, we'll have a brokerage, or we'll have a hedge fund by retailers, for retailers. I think it'd be kind of cool. Right on, Oba Bunga. Yeah, I think we could do that. I really do. I know it's way out in left field. It's not something that I believe that we're gonna do, but I am planning for it. So as like, hey, do we build the infrastructure to become that? And if we build that infrastructure to become that, I'm a happy guy. I'd be happy. It'd be really cool to see like a retail driven. I think not now, but in the next 20 to 50 years, you're going to see retail have way more power than they have right now. I think they will, but And you know that the professionals don't want that to happen. So you don't want retailers organizing. You don't want no retailer organizing out there. Yeah, we'll see. The journey will be better than getting there. I can promise that, right? I bet you I won't have nearly as much fun if we had the hedge fund or the brokerage as I will while we're doing this right now. Like, this part of it will be the great memories part of it. Whether it fails or succeeds, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're on that road. Yeah, that's right. Brokerage. And a lot of money. A fuck ton of money. Need a fuck ton. I think I need somewhere between. Personally, I think I need about $25 to $50 million, somewhere in there. Around there. $25 to $50 million, probably do it. Get started. Get started. What do you guys? You think it's more than 25 to 50 million? I think it's somewhere in there. About 25 to 50 mil. No. For a brokerage or a hedge fund. Like a retail-born hedge fund. I don't know if that can be done, but, people tell you can't do it, but you can do it. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, as long as they don't start shorting the housing market. And if it fails, what do? I failed at doing this. So what? I did it, right? Tried. A part of life. Complete part of life. I'm looking forward to loaning some money. I wish. I don't think they're going to give me any money. I'm going to be like one of those hedge funds that's in like a strip mall somewhere. I read a climber. A climber went missing on Everest this past weekend, and someone made a comment on the climber going missing, and they go, "There's 3 other missing people today. Nobody made that news." And I wanted to comment back to that person and be like, if you get out of your fucking basement for 5 minutes and do something, maybe somebody will write a fucking story about you. I'm like, they're not going to write a story about you in your basement dying. You got to get out there and do some shit, even if you fail. This woman looks like she's failing and is dead, but it's called living life. It's okay to fail. It's okay to fail. It's in that journey that's the badass shit, so. Move this over a little bit here. See if you can actually get up there. Resting bitch face on spoos right now. See if you can hold it together here to get up there or not. Yeah, tons of Brokeback hedge fund. Captain Jim's brokerage house. Yeah. That's a nice, it keeps me motivated. I'll tell you that. It keeps me motivated to do it, but it brings up these questions, right? It's like, oh, can I embed an iframe chart on a website, and it's like, which route do you take? Do you take the easy route? Do you take the hard route? Hard route is probably going to cost a ton of money. I'm not going to make any money. High risk of losing all that money forever. But if I do build it and it grows into something cool, we have the infrastructure there to accommodate that growth. So I guess that's what it comes down to, right? Do you build the infrastructure now, or do you wait to build it later, or do you build it now just in case it did get good, or you could turn it into a brokerage or a hedge fund or something? So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is there. But you only live one fucking life, right? You live one fucking life. You have one go. In my view, you got one go at this. You get one chance at life, man. One time. So I'd rather fail on it than anything. I'm watching this candle right here, see if this candle can keep it up. Do we get the hour of power or the sour hour is the big question here. I was thinking about, so I was at that fight on Friday, and man, dude, being at that fight, I met some really smart, intelligent people, and at that fight, and I was like, it made me want to stay in Detroit. It made me want to like live here for a long time and like launch that shit, launch like a hedge fund or a brokerage in the city of Detroit. There was like a I was given reasons as to why Detroit is awesome. Like invest in this city for the long haul. Invest in people here for the long haul. It was really good. It was really good. I was stoked. Market's trying to make up its mind if it's going to roll over here or not. Just so you know, HYG coming into its first resistance currently. I gave you a number earlier of 73.24. There is a gap that needs filled at 73.33. There's another target to the upside of 73.40. Dixie coming into its first support. There's a little bit more room to run on that support on Dixie. VIX coming down into its first support at 17.45. Its next support is at 16.96, 16.88. Those should all correspond to you on VIX and Dixie. Apple grinding higher. It's got a target to the upside of 180.57. Tesla has wiped out all of its crap to the downside. NASDAQ resting bitch face has a target to the upside of 15.115 and then 15.239. Not much left to say here, other than we still have the ability to have an extension to the upside. If we don't get that extension, just look for that dip buy down below in the 1 hour or half hour triggers. If you are looking for an entry, currently those numbers sit at 428.96. They will be at 430 by tomorrow. So 430 would be your dip buy. If you're a bull, 430, magic number for a dip buy. See if we can break through that supply up there, man. Let's just go up there and just snag it. That's the yellow bar right there. You see it? It's just hanging out up there. Look at it. It's just fucking parked. Yeah, that's the yellow bar right there. Whoop, right there. I'll tell you what, if you're looking for positive gamma, it's right there. That's where your positive gamma is. You're so close to it right now. That's where your positive gamma is, right up there. Let me check the give me one quick second here. I'm gonna check check the gamma situation here. Give me one quick second. I'm gonna check the gamma. This is a gamma in the marketplace right now. In one quick second here. And we will, I promise we look at oil. We will look at oil here in just a minute. SPX. Give me one quick second. We'll have this up and spinning here in just a minute. Okay, let's take a look and see. Gamma profile has changed in the market. Let me one quick second here. So I can go to gamma chart here. Look at the gamma chart really quick. I gotta reset that because those numbers are all wrong. Give me one quick second here. Let's check a 30-minute chart here, make sure I got this right. No, why is this not? Hold on one second here. This is inaccurate. There we go. This is right. Here's your gamma profile. We are now bullish above right here, right? Here's your gamma flip right here if you want to see it for the end of the day. Gamma flip is at 4350. Here's your gamma flip. You've got sellers at 4375. So I put bullish above here for a reason. So you know your sellers are up here. You know that we actually get low volatility from this point forward. So into a low volatility environment up here. You can see right now that we are currently rejecting, but we still have not traded this gamma flip above. So just be conscious of this. This is where your sellers want to step in, is on this gamma flip. They want to step in here. They want to step in right here. This is where your sellers are going to step in. This band right here is where your real sellers are. They're right in here. You're not out of the woods yet until you're above that 43750. 43750 on SPX specifically. I do also want you to note on this chart here that the expectation would be that you would be zone trading this, right? So if this does reject here on this gamma flip and comes down, you're going to be wanting to buy that if you're a bull. That's that 4,300 that I told you about 5 minutes ago. I said if you're a bull looking for a dip buy, it's 4,300 to trade. 4375 on SPX. 4375. So something like this. Any of that kind of action right there. Are you buying that? Definitely don't want to be buying below that. That's trend. And real support down here at 420. And to be honest with you, you've got more destruction and blood down here. You got more destruction and blood right there. That's that 410 right there. So you can see it. And what a bull really wants is they want to break. What a bull really wants is to break above this 43, start attacking all this stuff up here. Inverse head and shoulders. You can't see that. Hold on. You said head and shoulders here. I don't see a head and shoulders. That's not a head and shoulders. If anything, you got an inverse right here, and you're looking for something like that. Wham to the upside. So if you want to look at all of what's forming is an inverse head and shoulders. So you'd have something like this. down here. Something like that. I actually have some kind of an inverse head and shoulders here. There. And then you're off and run into the upside. I don't see the head and shoulders here. Because you'd have to get underneath the neckline. Like, you'd need that to be a shoulder, this to be a shoulder. I don't see a head here either. So that's a shoulder there. That's your head. Maybe that's what you're talking about over there. Something like that. It's not forming yet. Right now, inverse definitely showing itself to the upside. Hopefully that didn't delete all my charts and shit over here. A little bit of pullback here. Still on trend to the upside. Look to see if this 5-minute trigger holds. Is there a dragon there? There might be a dragon here. Is this a dragon? Let me look at a 5-minute chart. Hold on. Yeah, it says, is it a dragon? Looks like it's already done its dragon thing, doesn't it? It's got the tail back here. It's got the leg. Maybe it needs another leg. You guys know what the dragon looks like? It's got a big old tail right here. It's got the body. Round here. Another leg. Curls its head up. And then it goes that way over there. Like the tail, body. Balls over here. Then a front leg, big dip by over there, and then you get your head over there. The dragon formation. We need one more leg. We're missing a leg. We got one dragon leg right here. He didn't take care of his nails. So he needs another one over here. There's the belly. There's the head to go up. There's your head and shoulders, or your inverse head and shoulders, by the way. You get the dragon. My port to Valhalla. Agreed. AMC. Let's quickly go over before I promised I'd do the promised I would do CL Brent. So it's kind of odd they're all kind of together right now. It's a 30-minute chart. Let's take a look at CL and Brent. Let's take a look. CL. Okay, 30-minute chart. CL. CL, we have known sellers above, right? So let's look at this. So CL. We know we got supply up here, right? We know we have supply right here. I want you to know that oil in the market can go up. They can also be related to late bull runs. If oil goes up, SPY is not going to go. I've heard it all. So we're at a nice big giant fat bull flag here, right? You see it? Boom, bull flag, bull flag. The idea here is that you're going to take, well, hold on. That's not right. Easy, Captain. The idea here is on oil that you're going to squeeze this up. You're going to fail right there. And then you're going to confirm the move higher. Right? Here's your hourly trigger coming up. You could trade oil here for a quick trade. You could trade that. I'd really like to see the new high first. I'd like to see the new high first. Get up there, get the new high. And then I would like to see the hold of the hourly trigger right here and the daily trigger. So let me draw this better for you. So let me just draw it for you right now. And we'll just come back and check it in a few days. So I'd like to see that right there. and come back down here. Then that's the real move right there. There's gonna be some more moves in here, like zigzags and shit, but basically what you're looking for is, and this has to be somewhere right there. That'd be my preference, like right there. But I really like this. Now, if you're bullish on oil here, this is what I'll tell you too. It is the widowmaker. Gas is the widowmaker. You'll be placing long calls or something on USO or some shit like that, or on Brent or whatever, and you'll wake up tomorrow morning and price will be down here, right? So just know that this ain't like trading. This ain't like trading SPY or something. Like you wake up tomorrow and there's no stop for you, is there? I guess CL there's a stop for you, but on any of the equity oil trades, if you're trading like USO, Brent, or XLE, or any of the underlying gas companies and producers, gas shippers, I like the idea behind Tanker Gang. If you guys know what Tanker Gang is, I think Tanker Gang is the way to go in this oil and gas trade more than anything, because you're going to get ports that are closed. You're going to get waterways that are monitored. You're going to get shipping containers, like oil tankers that are going to get turned away. They're going to get boarded. So like Tanker Gang would be where I'd be on this trade, more so than oil or gas gang. There's risk here of a roll to the downside. It's very dangerous, although I understand this trade that you're going to take. I get it. I get you're going to take this trade for tomorrow. I get that you're going to buy this dip to go up, but I would be also investigating. I would also be investigating. This is the same setup right here for Brent. Almost the exact same setup. On Brent specifically, be careful of a rejection on this squeeze here. Matter of fact, we're going to go back to CL. We're going to take a look at CL again, but you might have that trade right there. You would definitely want to see price above 89.14 before taking the next leg. So if you wanted that next leg right there, goes right there. And then it comes back again. And then you get that one right there. And you're looking for that hourly trigger to come back up right there and help with the daily trigger to the upside. So there's Brent for you. I did Brent and CL. Let me look at this in a higher time frame. Man, dude, I'm telling you what, like Brent does not look good. Brent looks like what Brent looks like to me is more like this. I'm going to go with the rejection up here. I think it rejects. I think Brent rejects 89.14, and it actually goes lower. I'll look at CL too. I'll write it in here too. Cap thinks this. That's October 18th. That's what I think happens. Let's take a look at CL really quick. Go back to CL. Yeah, CL looks a little bit better than Brent. Looks a little bit better than Brent. Oh no, that's Colgate Palmolive. I need the other CL. Damn. Crude oil. I'm like, why is that looking better than Brent? You know, I'll be honest. I'm gonna take this one right here. I'm on that red trade. I think it rejects. I think there's a trap up here. I think there's a trap right here for oil. I know it's gonna make you go insane, but I think somewhere in here you're gonna get caught. I think you're gonna get bounced around in here. You're gonna squeeze up and come down here. Wham. Maybe there's a truce. Maybe there's a truce. Maybe they put together that deal maybe they put the deal together with Saudi Arabia. This maybe something we don't see. Market's saying otherwise. The velocity at least is saying there's a fair chance of something. I'm assuming this would imply that there's an agreement with Saudi Arabia. Maybe they step in as the maybe they see this as a it would shock me to see this happen. I don't believe this, but I don't believe this will happen, but maybe dude, I couldn't even imagine or want to imagine Saudi Arabia as like the peacemakers. That shit would be like over this dead cold body or something, but it would be a first, wouldn't it? Like you see them put together that deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia, and then like Saudi Arabia just like pops out and they're like, we're gonna broker a peace deal. Be like, what the fuck is that? I would not expect that to be real, but you know, you got to say something. I mean, I gotta be honest with you. I'm not a fan of Saudi Arabia. I'll never, ever, to the day I die, be a fan of Saudi Arabia. I apologize to you. If you're Saudi Arabian, I might like you as a person, but the government of Saudi Arabia, I apologize. They'll never be my friend. And, but you know that they're out there trying to buy goodwill, right? They're doing it. Saudi Arabia is doing it, and then Qatar is doing it. And they're trying to buy that Western, for lack of a better word, whitewashing. That would be the shit. Not the shit like a good thing, like the cat's meow or anything. It would be completely out of left field, wouldn't it? It'd be completely out of left field. And is anybody talking about that out there or no? I haven't heard anybody talking about that, but can you imagine that shit? I think that would be the one thing no one would see coming. Everyone's doing good. How you doing, Where We Roam? How you doing, brother? It's a good day. If CL goes up like this in the overnight, you should see some weakness in SPY, right? It has been correlating somewhat with the market, but maybe you do see a little bit of weakness in SPY, a little bit of, I don't know. I hate correlating oil with SPY. I hate it. It's where I usually get burned. And Dick Pill Dragon. That's all I think I got for you guys. I don't think I got too much more for you guys. PT1, PT2, parking it into the bell. Almost a cross for bears here. They almost have their cross. They're holding themselves right now. They're like, is it going to squeeze into the bell? I'm going to get run over. Am I safe putting my puts on? Like, you know what the bears want here, right? They want that. The bears are going to tell you they want that pullback, right? So, like, over here, if you pay attention down below, they're like, just pull it down a little bit so I can make some money right here. And you can go back and buy that later, Cap. That's what they're telling you. So you make a little bit of money, Cap. Just a little bit of money. I'm just going to put some puts on, close them on the opening bell tomorrow. Oh, dude. So I'm at the mall and a fight almost broke up between two women because of the Middle East stuff. Stay safe out there. Yeah, it's a good point. I would, I don't want to like get away from what happened this morning. I'm gonna say to you that I'm gonna read. It's a good. Thanks for bringing that up. Who brought that? Was that crazy? That was crazy, Eddie. So let me bring up some other points to you here, okay? Based on what just crazy Eddie said, I want you to remember something from this morning, okay? They're hedging this market. I assure you of that. The market's being hedged right now. You're given a reprieve to hedge yourself in this market. I told you that if we trade the daily trigger, it's a good place to put on a putback spread. You could wake up tomorrow and everything could be different. Crazy Eddie just said that he saw two of them get into a fight at the mall. So I want you to know that I've been to the Middle East. I need you to know, between you and I'm going to tell you something. Really fucked up shit happens. And I'm not going to discuss what happens or what I've seen. I'm going to tell you that nothing shocks me from the Middle East. And just like this morning when we went over this stuff with Hamas and Hezbollah and Israel, I want you to know that you can make internet comments. We can do whatever we want on a stream. But in real life, like IRL real life, be careful out there. People get very emotional. And forget the emotion. There are people out there that have been through things you could never imagine. And this goes for Palestinians, goes for Israelis, and specifically Israeli Jewish people have been through a lot. And these people they're not going to think like you think if you're just a normal person in life. Their thoughts on these things can be like, if you're like an American, let's say, and you say something like, if I ever catch someone pediddling a child or something, right? That you'd kill that motherfucker, right? They have similar feelings about what's going on right now. So you may think that put yourself in their position, but you may be like in real life out there. You don't want to be anywhere near that. You just want to step to the side and remove yourself. So I'll leave you with that warning in public. Just stay away, stay out of it. Like, don't be getting into fights in malls with other women and stuff like that, or other men. It's like really sketchy times right now. So oil looks like it's going to go up tomorrow. You have a chance today to hedge the market. I'd leave you with that. If you don't have a hedge in this market and you're just holding your dick out there and you think everything is fine, I can assure you that this market is hedged at this point without a doubt. And if anything bad happens publicly that involves or brings America into this fight, it could be anything. Please be hedged for that. You never know what's going to happen. Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that. I wouldn't be doing that. I wouldn't be doing that. It's just like that police officer in Egypt. He just shot two Israeli tourists. That guy wasn't done any orders from his bosses or anything. It was like one person who was like, fuck that, I'm going to get some of mine. And when you're around people like that or near people like that, you don't know what they're going to do. You honestly don't. Maybe if you're Arab or Muslim or Jewish or Israeli Arab, I don't know. Maybe you want to chime in. You can if you want in the chat about this. I wouldn't be doing it publicly. Mind my own business and let the people that are dealing with this deal with this. Yeah, I can't do it. Mr. Talking Monkey is saying 99% of people are taking sides without actually having any understanding of the history of this feud. I don't even know how. I'll tell you, Mr. Talking Monkey, like, I don't even know how to discuss it. Like, I would probably have to write out like a 10-page dissertation just to say I've learned this stuff. And even then, when you learn that stuff, it's not what's really the experience of a lot of these people on both sides of this, right? A lot of the history making, no matter which side you're reading it from, isn't the reality of life. Not just the victors being able to write that history, but the personal experience of people and how they act on a one-to-one basis. It's so different. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of people that are armchair attorneys, and then they don't actually ever go to court. Right. So, like, I have to go to court. I have businesses. I find myself in court. And it's nothing like
97 million to the sell side.
It's nothing like someone on the internet telling you what's legal, what's not, what works, what doesn't. Your own experience, your mileage will not vary. Your mileage will vary versus what you think is the facts. Right. So even if we get the facts, like, even if I'm like, yeah, I just did a 10-page dissertation.
To the tick.
And this is how I stand on this issue right now.
And market profile levels,
which is
signing up at tothetick.com.
Which is likely what you need, right? If you're going to defend either side, you likely need a 10-page dissertation as to what you're defending, what you're not defending, what you can defend, what you want to see, what you wish was happening, who wasn't in charge, who was pulling the strings, who's not, all this other fucking nonsense. And even then, we're not scratching the surface of the real experiences of all these people involved. If anything, I would just be counting my lucky stars that I'm not there right now. Would not want to be there right now. Yeah, it's just layers and layers of mess. It's a constant. It's a pile of shit. It really is. When you look at it as a whole, it's a pile of shit. And to get dragged in the middle of it is like, I guess you can do it as an armchair. Like, you know, like I got my Middle East relations certification from the from high school of Reddit, and then my dissertation was done on YouTube University. I'm still waiting for YouTube University to come out with a bunch of hour-long videos. But I assure you, by next weekend, I too will be a certified Middle East expert. But this is probably not the expert you want to become. You don't want to become an expert on Middle East relations. I mean, we can respectfully agree or disagree on Ukraine and Russia all day long, right? You can be like, yeah, fuck you, Cap. I disagree with you. I still believe Russia should have that buffer. And I'd be like, yeah, he's got a good point, right? It's pretty fucking straightforward and simple. But like if Middle Eastern stuff, like, fuck no. Want nothing to do with it.
Senior U.S. defense official on the Hamas attack says the U.S. is surging support to Israel, including air defense and munitions.
Oh, is Jimmy over there right now or no? Is he over there right now? I'll call him today. I got his signal in his cell phone. If he's really doing that, fucking A, man. I don't doubt that he would be over there right now. Is he over there? Fuck yeah, I'll call him tonight. I'll touch a base with him tonight. I'll touch base with him tonight if he's over there. I love my man James Rowland, brother. He's a good friend of mine. So I hope he's safe right now. He probably won't have to serve though. There's some like requirements. You have to like speak full Hebrew. You have to like have done it like you have to like come back to. I don't think he ever did go back to Israel to serve his 2 years yet. I think it's 2 years you serve, but I don't think that he has. I don't recall him telling me that he did it. Yeah, I'll say something to him. I'll tell him to give me a call tonight. I'll reach out to him on FinTwit. I don't want to see him get hurt either. He's a handsome man. He's got a new wife. He's got to make babies. That's young people stuff. You want to send young people to do that stupid shit. Coming in to test the 5-minute trigger right now on SPY. We want to see if they can get this cross. If you are a seller, you want to see this rejection so you can confirm the deal. I want to talk about something here briefly if we could. This doesn't matter if we're going up or down, but I want to show you this. Right now it happens to be down. So I want to, this is kind of a fun little exercise here. So I'm going to go back to a trigger screen. I don't do this as much with you as I used to. But you can see this is the padiddle in the middle, right? So just inside of here and inside of here, you never want to get caught in here, okay? Never want to get caught in this inside this here. This is no-go zone, okay? No-go zone. But if you break below this no-go zone or above this no-go zone, and you can confirm the move lower or higher, move that over. You can confirm that move, and normally how it goes is you'll have the initial break like we have right now, right? You're not short here, by the way. You're waiting for the rejection candle right here. Oh, hold on. You're waiting for this candle to turn red and reject. So typically you're looking for the blood down, right? You're looking for the pullback up and then the rejection. If you get that rejection here, you set up the puts for here or the short for here, and you only instigate it on the rejection. So right now what's happening, you don't fuck with this. You're looking for green candles that fail to regain that red line. So let's look at this in a bigger. So right here. This is positive for bears. That's positive. Failure to buy. And you're starting to get the blood right here. And you can likely set up some puts or a short on a successful break of this previous low right here. So this one right here. You can see it right there happening. Watch them slam it down right now. And they're going to try to break below this previous low. Same thing works upside down. If we're going up, the same thing works. So they're trying to break below this previous low right here. Haven't done it yet. And your target to the downside will be 430. 430 to the downside. So we'll watch this into this close. See all this rejection right here? We'll talk about, we'll write this in for you. Short. Below the yellow bar. Below the yellow bar. Another place, if you're really bearish, would be to enter up here. And your stop on this short right here is going to be up here. So if we squoze, so let's say right now we squeeze up, okay? You'd put the short on right here. Put the short on right there for that eventual move down, right? If the short goes against you here, if that short goes against you, so you'll be taking this short, and let's pretend you take a short and it goes against you. It would squeeze up here and likely come back down before it went higher. So you put the short on right here and you get squeezed. You don't actually close your short. You hold on to it until it comes back down. And this is where you take your short off, somewhere down in here. So I don't know if any of that's making sense, but to you or not. Maybe it does. We don't talk about that trading much anymore. We need to get back into it for you guys. It's because when we do this training stuff, we're gonna discuss not getting caught, like how the behaviors that you're looking for. Like so you didn't take the short here, right? Because we didn't get below the yellow. So now's your next opportunity to go short is right here. Right? You gotta break above this right here. I mean, or fail to break above, excuse me. Watch them step in right now. They're gonna try to sell this. Let's see. Hopefully this guy gets run over, because I want to show you what to do if you get run over in this trade. I'm hoping that somebody took a short and they're gonna get run over, and that you'll get a chance to get out of it, like right there. Oh, good. It's gonna get run over. So watch this short get run over. Pretend you're short right now, and you're like sweating, panicking. You don't sweat and panic here, to be honest with you. So you're short right now. Tell me when you get stopped out of this, because they'll squeeze you out here, and should have actually gotten out right about here. Let's watch this into the close. This would be a good way to close the day out. 3:50, 10 minutes left. We'll show how to trade a short position. So this guy's still short. He's sweating bullets. Now he sees the big green bar here. He's like, oh shit. Please go down. Please go down. Please go down. You could take the money and run here. Back over there for you. What do I think of Nvidia this week? Let's talk about Nvidia. We'll come back to SPY. We'll look at it in a minute. NVDA. What do I think about Nvidia this week? Bullish. Buy the dip on Nvidia at 449.47. And you're going to buy the dip on 440. Let me just check a couple things here for you. Just make sure that'll hold. Hold on here. Yeah, I think you're good to go. Ish. I think you're going to find your dip buy is right here. You're a dip buyer at 448.17. 448.17, you're a dip buyer. So NVDA, you're a dip buyer at 447. So you're a dip buyer right here. Dip buyer. And you are a seller. You are a seller below 442.40. You become a seller down below here. Sorry you lost. What do I think NVDA is doing? I think NVDA has shown you showed you on Friday that the correction was over. But if you do begin to see rejection below 440.42, stuff like this, see action like that, get the fuck out. Because you will go down and get a new low. And you will see a new low. Right down here. Downside target 392.56. Do I think that's going to happen there? No, I don't. I think this is telling you that risk is on in the market. NVDA, I'm bullish. NVDA is like that counter. Let's see what's going on over here. I would personally close this short right now. I would have closed here, but let's see what this bounce right here would have closed. See this bounce right here? See that bounce right there? Fuck no, I'd be closing. No short. No short. Now let's just see if it goes up and gives you an opportunity to get out. Let's see if it actually goes up. And see if I'm right. Do you get a chance to exit a short? Now you're upside down. You're in the pain trade right now. You're down 300. You're down 400. You're down $500. Let's see what happens here if they get a chance to get out. There goes the pain trade. Shorts are like, oh, my shit's on fire. Woo! Please, please turn back around. Don't put me in the pain. I've been there, trust me. We'll leave that right over there and see if you can get it. You are short? Wilson McNasty is like, I don't have to pretend I am short here. Let's see if they get a chance to get out here, if they're granted a chance to get out or not. Let's see if I get paid. See if I can close out. You guys got gamma from me today. You guys got what? Traditional charting. You guys got
at 4 p.m. Eastern
triggers.
Time,
You guys got
from
gamma.
Bank of England's man, who's a
What else
panelist
did
at
you
the
guys
National
get?
Association for Business Economics.
Stop the pain, please. You have a chance here. You just got given a chance to get out there. You got a red reversal candle there. There's a bar for you over there. You got a little bit of a touch right there. You're given a little bit of a respite for this one. You might get one more. I don't know. That might have been your reversal. They might have given you one candle right there. They gave you one way. They gave you one way to get the fuck out. Get out of the way, dude. I'm just kidding. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Clarence Carter, baby. Should I play some Clarence Carter right now? You're given a chance to get out right there. That candle right there was like, get out. Get out. Get out. It's like the Amityville house. Get out. All right, I'm getting out. One other thing I want to leave you with today here is, you ready? If cash market can't put us up over that daily trigger, futures will. Futures will. Yeah, I see that. I see that gap up in the overnight. Sigorin 77's like, I'm fucking trading that gap up in the overnight. I see the gap up, Sigorin. I see that gap up, brother. IDF rejected. Well, I don't. The truth or the truce that I'm talking about, it would be the truce that I'm talking about would be not the kind of truce you're thinking of. I should rephrase what I meant, what I said there. That statement that I made. The truce that I'm talking about is where the scary truce that I'm talking about. The one that I'm talking about is where you kind of have a
Shortly
like a
expecting
bull
comments from
trap.
Bank of England's man.
It would be a Hamas Hezbollah trap where they're being trapped by Arabs and Muslim nations that are going to try to trap them in. I don't want to talk about this because I don't know that it would happen, but you know, it's something like this is very similar to like you're setting your friend up. It's bad to say, but you're setting your friend up for failure. Does that make sense to you? You tell your buddy, you're like, all right, buddy, come on over here. You're like, I want you to go through there and start a fucking fight. And you know that your buddy is the only person that's trying to fight. And he runs right into a wall of fucked up shit. And meanwhile, you've already made a deal with those other people. This would be kind of a deal between like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and throwing Iran under a bus, and teaming up with I know it sounds so fucking bizarre, with some kind of like a peace deal, right? It's not a truce, it's like a peace deal where they all try to suck each other off and act like they did it. No, I don't think that's going to happen. Like, I think that's some over my dead body type of shit, but the way Qatar and Saudi Arabia have been doing recently, I wouldn't put it past them to try to do something fucked up like that. And I haven't seen anybody talking about that, but it would all the pieces of the puzzle would fit into why we're here right now. They most certainly would. All those questions that people have as to why we're here and how do we get here and all that other stuff, not the injustices that have been done to Palestinians or the overbearing of the Israeli government and all that kind of stuff. Not all that stuff that I don't want to get involved in any of that crap. Just like, why are we here? Like, who's the hands in the background? Who's setting all this up? Why is it happening the way that it's happening? I realize it's a chance to try to get rid of that agreement from taking place between Saudi Arabia and Israel, but it could have been a setup too, you know? And that would be bizarre as fuck, wouldn't it? Short's getting squeezed right now into this bell. We are setting up for some kind of a gap up in the overnight tomorrow. I think it's dangerous. I'm still long here. I want to see that daily trigger get slapped. I want it. Like, we're there. We have every reason to go there and find out if if buyers are stronger than sellers. So let's do it. Squeeze on up, baby. Give me that daily trigger by open tomorrow. Price target by open 434 or higher. 435 would be the number. Hey, thanks for donating. Thanks for posting that, Big Balls. Appreciate it. If you feel like these streams are helping you, I didn't ask last week, I'll ask this week. If you feel like these streams are helping you throughout your day, costs money, time to put these things together. If you feel like donating at any point ever, there is a donate button on Twitch right now. It's the most direct way to support what we're doing. If you donate using like YouTube or some other fucking place, you don't get any of that money. But if you do want to support the stream, you find that this stuff is helpful. It does make me feel good to get those donations. Whenever I get them, they get reinvested in what we're doing. I also take my kids out and stuff with that money, but it does let me know that they do enjoy these videos. It lets me know that you appreciate this stuff. It does help us to put this stuff out to you every day, or as many days as we possibly can. Oh, dude, look at that. They're just like, oh, I might have to close these fucking calls, man. There's more up there. Look, ooh, look at that up there. Ooh. Now, 4:03, and I'm like, do I close them before 4:15? I don't know. All right, so I'm going to let you guys go until tomorrow morning. Hope you guys had a good day with me today. Hope you didn't drink the Kool-Aid over the weekend on Twitter. As you can see, where did that Kool-Aid drinking get you on a Monday? Not where you thought we'd be, right? We're green. We're up $2.75 in the day. Closed the day up 0.64%. Try to stay off the fucking internet over the weekend. Stop fucking drinking. I mean, I get why you drink it. It feels good, doesn't it? But stay off Twitter. Oh, and join the Discord. If you're new with us, before you guys leave, join the Discord, please. It's free. Hold on, I'm gonna put in the Discord link for you if you want to join the Discord. Join us. If you're a losing trader, you don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell anybody in the Discord. If you're a losing trader, if you are losing money, get inside the Discord, please, so you can start making money. Ooh. Didn't even give you a chance. Squeezing up right now, trying to go back and fight in the after hours. Look at Spoos. Woo! All right. You guys got invitations to the Discord. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30. I'll try to be here at 9:30. Some mornings I can't. Oh, and I've got some stuff coming up. I've got some stuff in Vegas I got to do. I'll talk to you about that stuff. And I got some doctor stuff coming up. That I have some, my body has to be attended to, and I got some big stuff coming up. I have an operation that I'm getting on my foot. I'm a veteran, and I was a hiker and a biker, and I've done some damage to my feet. I have that coming up, and then I've got a colonoscopy thing. I'm not ready for one by my age, but I was able to get one early, so I have that coming up. I don't know what my how that's going to impact me as well, but I got some stuff coming down the pike here in the next few weeks. Next 2 or 3 weeks, I got some stuff coming your way. Yeah, hair implants. I went bald. I went bald down below. My butthole went bald. As that stuff firms up, I'll let you guys know about that stuff as the weeks progress here. But I do have some medical stuff that I got to do. Make sure I'm healthy and all that stuff. Make sure I want to be, when I'm 80, I want to, like, if I'm 80 or 90 or 100, I want to have done the things I'm supposed to do right where I'm at in my age. So, if you're a man out there, if you're hitting your 40s, make sure you start taking care of yourself. You don't want to be one of those people that, like, you're broken down and dead by 60. Like, you want to do everything that you possibly can to ensure that you live a long happy, long life. Take care of your family, your friends, and enjoy the rest of what you got ahead of you. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I'll see you guys soon. Let me see. I'm going to check YouTube really quick. I'm going to play some Clarence Carter, man. Definitely. Stay well. Yeah, all you guys stay well. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. So I will be unimpacted by our colonoscopy. Okay, so I haven't had a colonoscopy before. I got it early. I gave them the signs of that I need one, and they said yes to it. Rocket surgeon. Will I be, like, in and out of that thing and be back to normal, or what? Is there any recovery, like a day of recovery, half day of recovery, or will I be fine? I know it's terrible. Yeah, they're gonna stick their fucking probe. They're gonna do an anal probe on me. Fucking gross. No, that's just gross. That's not gross, but. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. And I'll tell you about the foot operation later. I'll have yeah, well, that's the other thing. Do they clean out my tubes too? Like, one last question before I go. Will they, like, clean out all that red meat that's been up there for 30 years or no? Like, I swore that. Will they, like, scrape out any of the bad shit in my ass? Oh, is it really? Hours in the bathroom for prep, day after, no recovery. Okay. I didn't know that. Well, they don't want to give you a fucking colonoscopy when you're young. They cost too much money. So, like, insurance companies don't want to give it to you till you're 50. So I'm like, and then of course they want to manage your shit, right? So like, let's say you don't get a colonoscopy till you're 50, right? And they're like, oh, you've already got the cancer. Well, we'll manage it for the next 10 or 20 years. I don't want that shit. I want them to go in there and be like, you got a spot there, bro. Do you want us to cut it out? And be like, cut that shit out of there right now. Is it really? Yeah, that worked for me. I did that. I did family history. I wrote that and I was like, family history. I said a bunch of stuff. Like my buddy who's a doctor told me what to say and it worked. So. Oh, no shit. Jello. Oh, a colonic is extra. Okay. I didn't know that. I'll ask about a colonic then. I've heard of that before.
Bank of England's man
They
says
like
wage and
roto-root
price
your ass
inflation are
out.
sticky downwards.
You were switched back to toilet paper? All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. You guys are fucking funny. Some of the shit I'm reading right now. Brought a toilet brush once. I'm not looking forward to it. I'll be honest. I'm not looking forward to it. I'll go next year. We'll be 55. Do the poop test every year. No risk factors. Don't eat a lot of red meat active. Yeah, I did the poop test. Or I just submitted the poop test today. I had to like do a bunch of shit over the weekend. They stuck their finger up my butt or a probe or something on Thursday or something. Thursday or Friday. My ass is still hurting from that. Seriously, my ass is in pain. I can feel it right now. Still. True story. But we'll see. We'll see what the fuck happens. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning.